Okay, I think that's a little better. Now, just bear with us while we check the audio.
Oh.
Okay, thank you. Okay, ready to go. Good morning. I'm Councillor Sean Strickland. I'll be chairing today's committee of the whole meeting, and welcome to our meeting to my colleagues on council and also the public and the delegations and people presenting this morning. Due to COVID-19, we are practicing physical distancing. The majority of our councillors are participating electronically via Zoom, but we do have in the chambers councillors Clark, Foxton, Jowett, Kiefer, Lawrence, and Chair Redmond and myself. In an attempt to speed things up, the process will be we've assigned a mover and seconder for each of the resolutions, and I will read out those movers and seconders at the appropriate time and then call the vote. We are changing our procedures because of the length of our meetings lately. We want to have as much participation as we possibly can, but within limits. And so our hope is it will be done by 4 o'clock today based on those new limits. I will be upholding the time for presenters. It's 10 minutes. For delegations, it's 5. For those who have registered late, for delegations, it's 3 minutes. And we want to have all our business wrapped up by 4 o'clock today. And if we don't have it completed by 4 o'clock today or earlier, but if we don't have it completed by 4, what we have not dealt with today will be carried over to the next council meeting and we will deal with it then. So with that, I'd ask the clerk to kick things off with roll call.
Thank you, Chair Strickland. Councillor Armstrong?
Here.
Councillor Clark? Is not here right now. She will be back, I'm sure. Councillor Erb?
Here.
Councillor Foxton? Present. Councillor Galloway?
Here.
Councillor Harris?
Here.
Councillor Jaworski?
Here.
Councillor Jowett? Here. Councillor Kiefer? Here. Councillor Lawrence? Here. Councillor McGarry?
Here.
Councillor Nowak?
Here.
Councillor Shantz?
Here.
Councillor Strickland?
Here.
Councillor Verbanovic?
President and accounted for.
Chair Redmond? Here. All are present except Councillor Clark.
Okay, thank you very much. We need a motion to reconvene into open session, moved by Councillor Foxton, seconded by Councillor Harris. All those in the chambers, please indicate by raising your hand if you're in favor. And on the Zoom call, so that's carried unanimously. We are now back into open session. Any declarations of pecuniary interest? Councillor Jaworski.
Thank you. I have an indirect pecuniary interest in the consideration of the face covering bylaw extension, item 5.3 on the addendum agenda, as my spouse is the proprietor of a non-medical mask business.
Okay, so noted. Thank you, Councillor Jaworski. No other declarations of pecuniary interest. Okay, so moving on with the agenda. Councillor Harris, did you have your hand up? Sorry.
I did,
Harris.
yes, Chair.
Yeah,
I'd also like to declare an indirect pecuniary interest on Committee Report 20-89, the Brownfield Financial Incentive Program, due to the nature of my employment with Vandal Construction.
Okay, so noted. Thank you, Councillor Harris. Any others? Okay, seeing none, we'll continue and we'll move on to our presentations. We have 2 presentations today. Each will receive 10 minutes, and after each presentation, we'll allow for some discussion. So the first person I'd like to welcome is Stephanie Sobek-Swant, the Executive Director of the Rare Charitable Research Reserve, and we also did receive a report from Rare as well. So welcome, Stephanie.
Hello, thank you so much for having me here today. Are you pulling up the presentation or do I need to share my screen?
I'm looking to the clerk. Is Stephanie able to share her screen? Yes, you are. Yeah.
Okay, I'll have to pull it up then. Just give me a second. All right, it's starting up now. I'll just have to figure out how to share it with you. Okay.
Are you having some technical difficulties, Stephanie?
Yeah, it's very slow because I'm remoting into the Rare server, but it's up now and it should
There we
be.
go. There it comes. Yeah.
Are you able to see it now?
Yes.
Okay,
Thank you.
I see if I can switch to the actual presentation mode. Let me see. All right, that's better. Wonderful. Well, thank you very much for welcoming us here today. It's myself and our planning ecologist, Dr. Tom Woodcock, should also be here. And this is just an informational presentation because we would like to update you on our efforts of protecting more lands for conservation across Waterloo region. And we would like to introduce you to the Rare Sites Land Securement Strategy, which is also the accessory document that we provided that you will have seen. So first and foremost, as a land trust and environmental institute, as many of you know, conservation has always been really Rare's priority. And we currently own 989 acres of conservation land in Waterloo region and Wellington County. And we will actually be celebrating our 20-year anniversary next year as our education and research programs also continue to grow. We've been very fortunate that we could retain all our staff, even throughout the coronavirus crisis. We've just modified everyone's work to be more appropriate for remote work and for considering the social distancing and gathering restrictions. But we just keep going and working towards our mission. And we are actually in of finalizing our next 5-year strategy and plans. And one key focus really will be to launch and implement the Rare Sites Land Securement Strategy, which I will be presenting here today. So as I'm sure you're all very well aware, Waterloo region is home to more than 550,000 people already, and it's expected to grow by 35% over the next 20 years or so. So with this increase in population, land, of course, is increasingly becoming highly sought after, and it's important that we also grow the percentage of conservation land alongside development to protect all these important ecosystem services and other benefits of the environment that our health and well-being really depends upon here. So in the fall of 2014, actually, former regional planner Chris Gosselin first hosted a meeting right there at the region to discuss the opportunity for a community-organized, not-for-profit, regional multi-property land trust. The result was that there were many follow-up meetings with representatives from various environmental groups and other interested parties in Waterloo region. And these representatives ultimately came together to form the Rare Sites Land Securement team as part of Rare's organizational framework. And it carved out the particular mandate to develop and implement a land securement strategy for the area that you basically see highlighted here, where the red big arrow is pointing to, which was previously known as the hole in the donut. So this is the map provided by the Ontario Land Trust Alliance. It basically shows all the sort of catchment areas of the land trusts in Ontario. And Rare, with the Rare Sites Land Securement Strategy, is now looking at Waterloo Region, Wellington in particular. So what we have learned as we were undergoing this exercise is that there are a number of other organizations in the area who also have an environmental focus that relates to the protection of land. However, many are either not actively acquiring new lands for conservation, or their focus is just simply slightly different. So for example, the Ontario Farmland Trust is focused on farming easements. And so what ended up happening is that many of the organizations listed here, including the Ontario Farmland Trust, Waterloo Region, the GRCA, actually became part of the Rear Sides Land Securements team so that we can work together better and can really focus our efforts on protecting land together under the umbrella of REA. So getting into the meat of it here, so why are we doing this? Basically, the purpose of developing a land securement strategy is to identify parcels of interest for conservation. So in our case, this really meant that we were applying a watershed perspective, because natural lands and ecosystem services really don't stop or end at artificial municipal boundaries, and really protecting the tributaries and headwaters of the Grand will have really positive impact also on the ecosystems further downstream, so we all can really benefit. And the main criteria that were applied included ecological significance of land. So what species are there? What types of habitat are there? What ecosystem services do they provide? And also the connectivity and the size of parcels, because a basic principle in conservation is always the larger and the more connected, the better, because animals have room to roam and grow into the space and can use the habitat better. And it will usually mean there's a higher biodiversity there. So basically what we did, we determined the desirable characteristics of conservation land, like wetland presence, woodlands, floodplain, the proximity to existing secured land. And what this means that in Waterloo region, really there is considerable overlap with these types of features with the Greenland network. So this was also then followed up by also considering things such as urbanization threat, the potential for funding for potential acquisitions, and the geographic dispersion of it all to really make sure that we can serve every lower tier municipality within the region. And of course, there's sort of a natural limit to how many landowners you can realistically reach out to and start talking about their lands and if they would consider it for conservation in a first kind of attempt to make this process and the options known. So this allowed for a modeling process that Tom Woodcock, our planning ecologist, was primarily working on, which he called the REA score, and that was undertaken in a geographic information system. So basically you make layers in this geographic information system to identify any desirable conservation lands, then calculate the percentage of each parcel in the parcel fabric that consists of these types of lands, and the ones that score really high in the 90th to 95th percentile in terms of coverage of these desirable lands are basically then what resulted in the following map. And this is very simplified, just to give you a general idea of what the target areas are. So in total, we analyzed over or close to 15,000 parcels using this GIS-based model. And this resulted in the identification of 17 target areas with about 365 properties and about 7 to 81 lots per target area. And I'll show a more detailed example of one target area soon, so you get a better idea of what that really means. So the majority of these target areas, 9 to be specific, are located in Waterloo region. One is sort of split between Wellington and Waterloo region, which is the one that contains the Speed River. And the number of properties in Waterloo region that turned out to be in this high percentile and of interest is, I believe, 259. And the percentage of property that we looked at in Waterloo region that was identified and that is actually in public and not in private ownership is about 30% of the parcels. So this is pretty good news because there is about a third right there that has actually really high potential to be protected, that is potentially already protected in some way. And currently we already, because we started this process a couple of years ago, we have already an active list of properties that we work on with 7 properties in Waterloo region, which adds up to about 1,400 acres in total of property that's already in some stage of serious consideration to hopefully come under the REA umbrella in the near future. So this is really good news because this is actually already well above the goal that we were originally aiming to secure within the next 5 years. So we're really on target right now, even though some of these properties will probably still take some time for everything to be wrapped up, in particular because we're also planning to raise a 20% stewardship endowment with every lot we secure to really make sure we can ensure the protection of these parcels. So to give you a better idea of what these individual target areas look like, so here's another simplified map of one of these target area, which is the Roswell Swamp area. And you can see on this map here, because there are some little parcels pulled out here that have this kind of this mint green color or this light salmon kind of tan kind of color. Those are parcels within this larger kind of blue encircled area that are already protected. They are owned either by the GRCA or by Waterloo Region Nature in this case, because this contains the founder's property that is owned by Waterloo Region Nature. However, we have identified a number of other parcels in this area, and the long-term goal really, not just over the next 5 years or so, but really over the next 10, 20, 50 years, will be to connect this entire area and have it all protected for conservation. And we're currently already working on closing one of these properties, which is 44 acres in size, which is highlighted here in pink. We call that the Reiner parcel because this will come to RARE as an eco-gift donation, and we'll hopefully be able to wrap this up and then really celebrate this as the first additional property protected in Waterloo region that is not directly adjacent or connected to the original RARE main site in Blair. So this will be a really, really big news, I think.
Stephanie, you're at 10 minutes, but I'll give you another minute because of the time lag in getting your presentation up. But
yes, thank you so much. I will just
minute.
briefly skip over this because you can read this in the document we supplied as well. Typically, landowners know of only 2 options what they can do with their property, which is sell it or leave it to their children. But now with us coming in with this plan, there are other options, including RARE can receive land donations as well, but there are also opportunities, for example, for conservation agreements, which would also protect the land in a slightly different, more legal way. And RARE is an eco-gifts recipient, which is a federal program that allows landowners to make a land donation and to receive significantly more beneficial tax incentives, for example, than just making a regular donation and receiving just a tax receipt for it. But you can read all the details or contact us if you would like to learn more about that. So thank you so much for letting me present here today. The main really for this to be educational. I really strongly recommend you read the document. It's very interesting. It gives a lot of ideas and options, what is possible for conservation in Waterloo region. So I really hope you can endorse it and that we can continue to work together on this. And I very much thank you for your previous support that we have received, both in terms of funding and in staff support from the region. And I'm very excited about this. And I think there is a really good thing we can do here and that the municipalities all can really benefit from if we're working together. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Stephanie. Great presentation. Do we have any questions from chambers or on the Zoom call? Okay. I have one, Councillor McGarry.
Thank you very much for the presentation. And this is pretty exciting to see, Stephanie. I know that RARE has a long history of incredible stewardship for the RARE property and have recognized the benefit of connecting some of our ecological corridors in order to protect, our different species that live here. My question to you is, how can we municipalities help to get the word out for owners of property? And secondly, how are you prioritizing the purchase or the outreach to some of the properties that are of most interest to RARE in order to obtain?
Yeah, absolutely. Those are good questions. So whatever means and tools you have where you work with landowners, I must assume you're perhaps often approached by landowners who have certain plans with their property. If you can point them in the direction of our land securement strategy document and tell them, look, there is a potential to also make a land donation to a land trust, and it would mean that your land is preserved in perpetuity for conservation. You can leave a real legacy here. I think that would be really helpful for us. So the plan now for the rest of the years is we would like to bring this information to all the municipalities and all the councils. So the more people know about it and the more people know this exists, if they are being approached formally or casually by landowners, we hope that you keep us in mind and then you can mention this as an opportunity. And in terms of prioritizing, we're now in the process to really kind of ground truth the information in detail at all the different little parcels, because some of them will have to weed out because they turn out to be golf courses or something along those lines, and they're probably not as suitable just based on what it looked like as a model, because the first lesson you learn in modeling is that every model is wrong, right? So it'll bring the number down a little bit, but we're planning to basically do a direct mail campaign and reach out to all the landowners identified in Waterloo region in this year and make a first contact. For many of them, this will be a completely new idea. And of course, kind of one really key criterion as well is how much at risk is the land as well, or how much could it benefit from a more community-based stewardship approach and adds to this connectivity, because we really hope that we can build little nodes of volunteers in the different municipalities as well, who really kind of help taking care of the properties, kind of similar in model to what the Bruce Trail Conservancy does with their trail chapters.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Councillor McGarry. Councillor Nowak?
Stephanie, thanks for the presentation. I read with interest your land securement strategy, especially the area with regard to the conservation easement agreements. I just want you to know I passed this on to our planner, who will be in touch very shortly with a landowner. This individual has planted 20,000 trees on his property and has approached us to try and find a way to maintain it as it is in perpetuity. So I'm hoping that this connection will work for RARE and for this landowner, and we will be in touch shortly with you with regard to that this particular situation.
That's great. I look forward to hear that. Thank you, Joe.
Great. Thanks, Councillor Nowak. I have no further questions. Thanks very much, Stephanie. Thanks very much for
Thank you so much for having us.
Yeah, and sharing. Good luck with your ambitious plans. That's fantastic, the work that you have ahead of you, and wish you all the success, and we'll continue to support you the best we can at the region.
Thank you. Wonderful. Take care.
Thanks. Okay. So the next speaker, the next presentation is from Tova Davidson, Sustainability Waterloo Region. Welcome.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me. Nice to see all of your smiling faces this morning. And it's a wonderful environmental day at the Region of Waterloo meeting of the whole. This is amazing. I am here to do my annual update to the Regional Council to let you know what's been going on in the sustainability world. It's a little later than usual due to COVID, and I'm so happy I was able to drop off our year-end reports. I think you all got copies of this. We are just getting those out now, which was delayed due to COVID and the need to put off our evening of recognition. I wanted to start, because this is the perfect place to start, by saying thank you to all of you. 2019 was a pivotal year in the environmental movement in Waterloo region. I don't know if the whole community knows, but I know at least of the mayors and the chair know that this was the year where we all came together for the very first time and understood that climate change was the responsibility of the entire region and that everyone was making that movement forward. In 2019, every single municipality in Waterloo region became members of the Regional Sustainability Initiative. Every single community became part of Federation of Canadian Municipalities Partners for Climate Protection. Every single one declared a climate emergency or a climate crisis. And all of you are working with us to help create our long-term strategy and short-term plan to reach our 80 by 50 target. We couldn't do this work without all of you, and it is incredible to have this movement behind us. COVID has made things challenging and different, but I am hopeful and constantly energized when I hear everything that all of you are talking about and all the work that you're doing. So thank you, and I wanted to start there. Let me start sharing my screen, and I will run through some of the things that have been happening in Sustainable Waterloo region this year. So in Sustainable Waterloo region, what we're finding is that organizations have proven now the low carbon business is possible. We all know that here in Waterloo region, and it is part of our ethos, but that it's part of the growth of the community. And more so, it's actually part of how we need to drive the culture in this community. A lot of times what we have thought of as sustainability in the past is all of the technical pieces. How do we deal with HVAC and windows and insulation? But it has become very apparent that it is even more about how do we create our culture and how do we see ourselves as a community. And we're doing a lot of work to try to build that, and I'll share some of that as we go. Regional Sustainability Initiative is the program that most people know us for. And we had incredible growth in this program. This year we went from about 70 members to 92, and I would encourage you in this year-end report to look at this page. If you only look at one thing, it's got all kinds of data. Incredible growth in that program, and it can be through the Downtown Waste Pilot in Kitchener. It can be through the R&T Park in Waterloo, lots and lots of movement there. But collaboratively, those 92 organizations set targets to reduce emissions by 65,000 plus tons, but they actually reduced 69,471 tons, all being sustainable, strong, viable, economically strong businesses. And this is the future we need to create for the whole region, and we're committed to continuing to work on that. The TravelWise program, which we offer in partnership with you, also saw incredible growth this year, partly with the LRT coming online, a lot of businesses understanding the value of this kind of a program for their employees and also for their business to mitigate some of the costs of parking, et cetera. And you can see the huge growth that we had specifically in uptake of transit passes. So this is what this graph here is showing you. And we anticipate that in 2020, there's going to be a lot of change as well in terms of working structures, work from home. And we are working in partnership with you at the region to figure out what are those supports that organizations need and how do we continue this movement towards more sustainable transportation to mitigate that part of our community carbon footprint. Charge WR was a hot one this year with the incentive being taken away by the provincial government and a small incentive from the feds. We had a target of 1,000 EVs in the region by 2020. Last year in 2018, we blew that out of the water. But I had people telling me they thought we would have negative growth. People would be turning them in, but they were wrong. We're up over 2,000 electric vehicles in the region. And everything I've heard from industry is that they think the cost of electric vehicles are going to be on par within the next 5 years of combustion engines. So this is going to continue. And we're really excited to be working with municipalities and other organizations on charging infrastructure to enable this kind of a transformation to happen. That's necessary to be able to support residents and tourists alike to make electric vehicle choices. The Climate Action Program, of course, as you all know, and I've already mentioned, saw the approval, the unanimous approval from all of the councils for that 80 by 50 target. And we were really lucky through our partners at REAP Green Solutions in this program, able to procure, to get be awarded funding from the Federation of Canadian Municipalities for Transition 2050. And what we're doing is using a backcasting model to figure out what is our long-term strategy and plan to meet this target that we've now set. Look for the end goal in mind. And I wanted to spend a little bit of extra time in here. That's why I'm pushing through everything else quickly to talk about some of that end goal. We went out to the community through Unless Design Partners. And with Design Unless, what we learned was that the community doesn't see carbon as the way to have a low emissions community. They see that carbon is the way that we will have a better, more just, better quality of life community. That is entirely what they saw. And so it was a really interesting exercise. And I just want to tell you, we didn't go and talk to all the greenies alone. We talked to them. We also went to a Mopar event. We went to a rodeo. We went to hockey games. We were all over the region because we wanted the vision of the whole region so everyone can get behind this. And that vision is that low carbon means a better, more robust, better quality of life, economically more prosperous community. The community sees that that is our path forward, that this is foundational to everything we must do. And we've been working with Unless Design Partners on that side, the community consultation, and then Walter Fady to work through all of the technical pathways that we need to use to get to this low carbon future. How are we going to actually accomplish this? This plan and strategy will be coming back to councils in the fall this year for review and to get us moving to the next steps of implementation. So really excited to continue working with all of you on getting this and making this part of all of our plans and all of our integration in our work going forward. You've all heard of Evolve now, and we're actually working on some really interesting things in the Evolve Green specifically. In the Green, we have the partnership between the two universities, the Accelerator Center and SWR. And one of the visions, as supported by the region, is to have some programming where we actually start to move the needle on some of the community issues. And so we are getting ready to launch a program where we will allow the community, invite the community to bring issues that are facing all of us in terms of sustainability, barriers that are stopping those sustainable choices, to work as the intermediary to bring together businesses, academia, innovators, other not-for-profits to try to find the solution that's right for Waterloo region and hopefully is scalable, demonstrate our ongoing leadership in this area. It's a really important way that we can share this vision of the community, but also share the work that needs to be done. And what we envision is that a lot of what we're doing is actually creating businesses or creating products that come from Waterloo region and start to make transformation beyond our borders as well as locally. So I just wanted to end on the idea that Waterloo region really is where innovation in Canada happens. And that's not only true in the tech sector. That is actually true in the sustainability sector. I don't think we take enough steps back and take a look at all the amazing things that have come out of this region. And I'm really proud to be part of this community and to be supporting everybody in this movement forward to how do we create that low carbon future, but also how do we lead this country in creating that low carbon future. If you think about some of the great things Stephanie was just talking about at RARE, if you think about the amazing work that GRCA is doing, if you think about that this is where the Blue Box launched, if we consider that the University of Waterloo is the largest faculty of environment in Canada, the Evolve One building is here, the first of its kind in Canada. We are the smallest community in Canada with an electrified LRT. The Regional Sustainability Initiative started here and it's spreading across the country. We need to take this cultural moment to understand that this is part of the ethos of who we are and to embrace that and to then use it to not only reach our climate goals, but to reach the goals of all of our community, of a stronger, more just, more prosperous, and better community for all. So thank you, all of you, for your help in doing this, for your support of SWR over the years. We're working on some project innovation, and I'll be back with more big stuff happening soon and open to any questions. And thank you.
Thanks very much, Tova, for a very enthusiastic presentation. It's great to see that enthusiasm around sustainability. So thanks for that. We do have a question, Councillor Jaworski.
Thank you. Through the chair, I agree. If only we could package your energy, we could power the ion, I believe, Tova. My question is about the low carbon future, and as we all know, transportation is a major impediment to that, or a major contributor to the carbon footprint. With COVID-19, many businesses and governments are taking a work-at-home strategy or putting one into place. So a couple of questions on there. Do you see Sustainable Waterloo Region providing thought leadership in expertise in that, number one? And then two, in all your tracking mechanisms, I'm wondering how you track that to say that, obviously 2020 will be, quote, low, but how much progress we're making in the future.
Tova? Oh, do we lose her?
I burned her out with my boring question.
Oh, there
she
she
No,
is.
I'm back. Okay, so I heard part of it. Let me answer part and then I'll get to the next part. So in terms of thought leadership, yes, we actually have applied for a Trillium grant to start to look at not only our programs, but how do we as a region need to accommodate the post-COVID recovery, and how do we look at a Build Back Better green recovery? So not only things, the technical stuff, like how do you do carbon accounting when people are working from home? That's technically incredibly difficult. And so, yes, we're working on that and looking at how do we change that? How do we have that leadership there? And the second half of your question that I lost.
Well, you actually answered it. It was about how do we track this work at home, the benefits of the people not commuting and that. And I think you've kind of answered it. That's difficult.
Sure, and it is difficult, but the beauty of the timing, if there are any silver linings in all of this, is that climate action has a short-term target of 6% reduction by 2020. So that means we will be doing a re-inventory next year at our community carbon footprint. And that re-inventory will look at what transportation did. Now, it will be slightly skewed because it will show all these work from home changes due to COVID, but we are doing that kind of tracking. And we'll be able to bring that report. It takes a while to do a community carbon footprint, but excited to bring that to you. And we've been working with local organizations like Shopify, who are going to that digital by default model to talk to them about how do they see, not only how do they track their carbon footprint, but how do they continue to create a strong, resilient organization through this, making sure that their people are engaged, or making sure that they are compensating people correctly, and the structure on their employees and all of that kind of stuff, and watching and talking to them through their journey so that we can take some of the local learnings to take us to the next level. So yes, and looking forward to seeing those numbers and sharing those with you as well.
Thank you.
Great, thanks, Councillor Jaworski. We got Councillor Shantz.
Thank you. Hi, Tova. You sort of answered this with Dave's question, but maybe there's a little more to be said. So with the pandemic, how has the sustainability industry or movement had to pivot, and has it been, have there been setbacks, or is this an opportunity to move forward more quickly?
I think the answer is yes.
To which one?
Both. So yes, there have been setbacks. You know, it's a little bit difficult. Sustainability and climate change were really getting their moment in the spotlight. People were really understanding this was the thing we had to focus on. And there was a lot of commitment happening, not just in Waterloo Region, but people getting behind this. And then COVID hit and a lot of changes happened. And we see things like waste changing through PPE, all kinds of other pieces. So there have been some setbacks. I think that there is a lot of discussion and movement about a green recovery, building back better. I'm heartened to hear some of the things that are coming out of the federal government. We'd love to talk about some of the things we could do locally to encourage that green recovery. Some of the things I'm seeing, like closing down streets to encourage more active transportation, bike lanes, active transportation lanes, all those kinds of things do create a new shift in the norm. And I think the biggest thing that this has done is it has demonstrated that if we as a community feel that something is urgent, we can make big change fast. We can do this. You know, there's a lot of hopelessness in the sustainability world. A lot of people saying it's impossible. It's too much to change. It's not impossible. Look what we just did. It's amazing. And so if we can all come together and say, this is absolutely essential, and this is for our futures and our children's futures, we make this change happen. And I believe we can actually be better and stronger and happier and more prosperous through the change. So the answer is yes.
Thank you.
All right, thanks, Councillor Schatz. Thanks, Tova. We have one other question, Chair Redmond. Hang on, let me turn your mic on over here.
Thanks, Chair Strickland. Tova, you really have to amp up your enthusiasm. You mentioned this in passing, and I appreciate that you've been fast forward, but I'm really heartened to hear that in 5 years, electric cars should be on par with combustible cars as far as price. You mentioned in passing about infrastructure, and I know that's sort of a yabbit that some people have going there. Are you tracking that, and how are we installing infrastructure, not just in Waterloo region, but so if we want to go somewhere else, people have the capacity to get there and not have to get a tow?
Yes, great question. Thank you. We are looking at that, tracking in that. And interestingly, when you speak to EV owners, what they tell you is that the infrastructure in their home community, they thought would be important before they bought an EV, but in fact, they charge at home usually. But that it's the infrastructure outside of their community that's more important for the use of their electric vehicle. So in many ways, it's a commuting play to put in charging infrastructure. It's a tourism play to put in infrastructure. There has been a lot of movement from the government to put these in on the 400 series highways and to put in level 3 charging stations, which can charge a car in about 30 minutes. So enough time to grab a coffee, go for a pee, and take the dog out for a minute, and then get back on your merry way. So there is a lot of work happening there, and we are staying in touch with MTO to look at some of those numbers and some of the infrastructure that's coming in there. And we actually worked with all of you to try to put together some visioning for how we wanted that kind of larger scale infrastructure to be in Waterloo region through some of the Ontario government programs. And we're able to get some installations here that were done through a third party. But of course, that's always the point. It doesn't have to be one organization doing it. It's everyone working together, right? Let's all get on the bus together. Got to be a bus or the bike bus. And so, yes, looking to do that. The beauty of the vehicles coming down in cost is that then it no longer becomes unattainable for the average person.
I have a couple of other questions. Councillor Galloway.
Well, thank you, Chair Strickland. Tova, to thank you once again for a great report on another great year at the Sustainability Waterloo region. And I hope that you can pass along to not just your staff, but the extensive volunteer base that your organization really leverages for an awful lot of benefit to the community. Tremendous number of people who work on a volunteer basis to really bring to life all the various objectives and initiatives of the organization. And I have a bit of a shameless question to ask you, and that is, how do you like the new people space next door to evolve?
Oh, it's fantastic. I can't wait to be back in the office and to be able to sit there and work a little and be out in the green space. I think it's great to have a space there. And it actually, you know, having that finished before we went out in COVID, we couldn't get out there. I mean, we could, but we'd be walking across the undeveloped space. So I think that will not only help with the Evolve building, but really the point is it's to help at the whole RNT park and the connection across the RNT park and to draw people across. And, you know, to me, that community space is actually a bit selfish, because the point of Evolve is to get people in there to see what's possible and to build that culture of sustainability and get some chatter going in all of the employees and the residents and everybody who's in that area. And so having that right there, hopefully we'll get them over, take a peek, ask what are those solar panels, and when the doors are open again, wander in and see what's going on there. So really excited that that development's been done, and we've been able to hopefully draw people there once people are back in the workspace. And our volunteer model, you're right, I want to just give a little shout out to our volunteers. They are amazing. Right at the bottom corner of our year-end report, you can see some data on our volunteers, and we have a unique enough volunteer model that the government of Ontario paid to study the impact of our volunteer model. A couple of years ago, we did a social return on investment model study on our model and how it helps with the economic return to the region. And just that number right at the bottom, the dollar value of our volunteers in 1 year is over $300,000 given to this region.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Vrbanovic.
Thanks. Hi, Tova. Great to see you again. A few short hours after yesterday, but great to get this update at the region, and really wanted to express my thanks as well to you and to the organization for all your leadership, not just locally, but provincially and nationally on these important files. One quick question that I didn't have a chance to ask last night. Oh, sorry. Did you hear any of that?
I said one quick question you didn't get a chance to ask last night.
Okay, good. For some reason it turned off. If you had a magic wand, if there were sort of one or two things that you wish, could happen or could happen quicker as we go forward, what would they be?
Oh, wow. I never get a magic wand. Okay, so there's two things that come top of mind. One is that we need to start with electrification. We need to be thinking about how do we electrify a lot of things. There's two sides to a low carbon pathway, in my opinion. And one is reduction of need, so using less energy. And the other is moving us to an electrified system. And I've had some great conversations with the leaders of the LDCs locally, and they understand this and they're ramping up to this. And the heartening thing is that a lot of our oil and gas industry at the highest level are starting to invest in that. And the most important piece of that is that the Ontario government is now looking at putting natural gas plants back online to compensate for Pickering nuclear coming offline, which is actually going to impinge on our efforts to lower our carbon footprint in the region and in individual organizations. And I think it would be amazing for this council to be able to stand up and say, we don't want that to happen. There's surplus energy coming from clean hydro in Quebec. We could be using infrastructure investment in our own local renewables to invest for a future, as opposed to putting natural gas back online and taking us back a few steps. So that would be the first thing. The second thing I think we should really be focusing on is a lot of the bylaws and things that we want to have in place so that we can enable actual technology adoption in the future. So things like we shouldn't be building any more multi-tenant office or residential buildings that don't have conduit for electric vehicle charging to every single parking spot, because they don't now. And people who live in condos feel like they can't buy an electric vehicle because they can't get a charger to their parking lot. We need to change that. Every time we do a parking lot in this region, we should have conduit underneath, because it's cheap to do when you're redoing the parking lot, and make it so that every parking spot can have electrical charging. We need to think about what are the incentives that we as a community want to bring into place so that we can encourage and make easier to build green buildings like Evolve One, so that it's easier for every developer to say, why would I build something else? It's cheaper in the long run. But we change our systems. So have this group think about what are the pieces that are barriers and where are your abilities to remove those? Use your levers to remove those, because what we're building today is what our future will be, and what our policies are today are what our future will be. So those are the two things I would like to ask for.
Well, that's great, and that's really helpful, because I think in particular on the second one, while there isn't a lot of stuff I don't think that we can do by bylaw in that regard, we can certainly advocate in terms of changes to the Ontario Building Code, but there's also things we definitely can do in terms of our own buildings that we can model that behavior as we've done on other things. So thanks for that.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Benovic. I see no other speakers. Thanks very much, Tova, for your great work, and keep up the great work as well.
Thank you for your time, all your questions, all your action. I'm lucky to be here. It's an honor to everyone.
Great.
Thank you.
Thanks. Bye.
Bye.
Okay, now we're moving into the delegations portion of our meeting. And before we commence with hearing from delegations, I'd like to remind all delegations about some guidelines for participation. Please leave your video camera turned off and your microphone audio muted until you're called upon to speak. Delegations will be allowed 5 minutes to speak, and I will give you a warning when you have 1 minute left. You'll see the little counter at the top of my screen there, at the top of the meeting chair's screen. We'll also ask you to leave the meeting once the delegation is finished and questions have been asked. You may not get questions, but once your allotted time is completed and your presentation is completed, please leave the meeting, and you can watch the remainder of the proceedings on YouTube. Now, this is a new kind of world for everybody, and we've had a few Zoom meetings now, but we've had some, I would say, some behavioral issues and some lack of etiquette. I don't anticipate any of that today from any of our delegations, but just in case, if you interrupt councillors, staff, or other delegations, if there's any derogatory statements made, if you're turning your camera on or off at inappropriate times, and if there's any hate speech or defamatory comments, you will be immediately removed from the meeting. It's too bad I have to say that, but based on some previous experiences, we need to put that out there and advise everyone on the call. And I don't anticipate any of the delegations will exhibit any such behavior today. So with that, we'll move to our first delegation, which is Jandu from Kitchener regarding a shelter pad installation. Welcome, Jay.
Good morning, council members.
Morning.
Are you able to hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you fine.
Perfect. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today, and I hope everyone is doing well. Today, I speak to you as a concerned local business owner, landowner, and citizen. I'm here today in regards to the placement of a bus stop in front of my business. If I'm able to, can I please do a screen share?
Yeah, you should be able to.
Is everybody able to see my screen share?
Yes.
Perfect. So some of the areas of concern that we have are traffic and congestion. This is where my business is currently located here. And we are very concerned where the bus stop will be located in reference to the intersection. We have illustrated a scenario on how this stop will cause traffic congestion and, most importantly, a traffic accident. Here we have a bus stop in front of my business. We have a few vehicles trying to get into the Husky gas station, a few trying to get out, a few trying to come on to King from Fairway, and maybe a few stuck on the intersection. This stop will cause chaos in all directions of traffic. We ask, has the staff conducted a traffic study to get a better understanding on how this location will cause major traffic issues, being so close to a busy intersection? Secondly, the impact on my business. These are renderings that we have come up with, how our business will look in the future. With the current economical situation, we plan to pivot and tilt in the near future. Our direction is to update the front of the building to better simulate the near future of simulate the nearby businesses. And placing this bus stop in front of our storefront will reduce mobility by 30 to 40%, including our displayed cars. This is an image of the bus stop here that's in front of our business, and there's a vehicle behind here that will not be visible. This is an image here created by the staff of the shelter, how it will look in front of our building currently. Next is the distance to the proposed bus stop. So currently there's a temporary bus stop that's placed right about here in front of my business. And the proposed bus stop that we're recommending is right here. So basically, please keep in mind that we're not asking to eliminate the bus stop. We're just asking the bus stop be moved 265 feet from the existing bus stop. My staff members have conducted a petition, and we have asked over 200 GRT riders who do not know that this is currently a temporary bus stop if they'd be opposed to walking another 265 feet this way or 1 minute by foot travel. And not one rider has said they would oppose this. From our research, no one has filed a complaint about the current bus stop. Sorry, this is a Google image here showing the distance between the current bus stop and where we are recommending it. So it's about 1 minute of travel or 80 meters in distance. This bus stop that we're recommending was a previous bus stop and has more than enough room for a shelter at the moment. If riders are not opposed to walking to the suggested stop, this totally eliminates the staff's argument that the riders will not want to walk a further distance. And we also have created, lastly, in previous conversations with Eric, the principal planner, he had mentioned that the current bus stop, which is a temporary one, would work fine, but there was not enough room on the actual boulevard for a shelter. We had came up with an idea last week, and I had a conversation with Peter Zink, and we had actually offered an easement or a land exchange to place a bus stop where the temporary one is onto our property.
Jay, you have less than a minute left.
No problem. We have attempted to come up with multiple solutions, but to no avail have succeeded. I asked the members to vote in our favor instead of putting the bus stop in front of my business to please move it a minute or so down the road. Thank you for your time, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Councillor Galloway.
Mr. Chair, I'm prepared to make an alternate recommendation to the staff recommendation. I do this in consultation with Mr. Schmidt and Mr. Zink. I don't have any questions for Mr. Jandu, but if there are questions, you can go ahead with that. But I do have an alternate recommendation, which would put into play the offer that Mr. Jandu has just made in terms of an alternate location and an easement or swap of land. So if you're ready for that, or when you're ready for that, I'll make that.
Okay, Councillor Galloway, let's deal with that right now.
Okay, it might just expedite the matter. So the recommendation would be that the Regional Municipality of Waterloo approve the installation of a permanent transit shelter pad and shelter in front of 3015 King Street East. But it's a two-part recommendation. So the first would be at an alternate location, and this is the location that Mr. Jandu is suggesting, in front of 3015 King Street, acceptable to the Commissioner of TES, with the transfer of the required lands by the landowner at no cost to the region, with the exception of reasonable transfer costs, occurring by January the 1st, 2021. Or number two, should an alternate location not be selected and the transfer not occur by January 1st, 2021, we would go forward with the location as currently described in the report dated September 15th, 2020. So essentially what this means is that we would conclude this matter today and not have it necessarily come back to council. It gives staff the opportunity to go forward and negotiate this. They're saying that they would be in favor of that alternate location. It's not ideal. It's not the best location, but given the circumstances that Mr. Jandu has presented, that they would be willing to accept that, and subject to the acceptable land transfer, trade, whatever, it would be constructed sometime in 2021 at the alternate location that Mr. Jandu is describing. Failing the ability to come to an agreement on the alternate location in terms of the land transfer, easement, or whatever, then the shelter pad would go ahead at the location that's in today's report.
Okay, so that's pretty clear. So moved by Councillor Galloway. Can I have a seconder? Just raise your hand on the screen, someone. Councillor Jowett. Okay, is there any discussion on that? Essentially, if I can paraphrase, is that We'll take the staff is going to take the delegations considerations under advisement and see if they can negotiate an alternative bus stop. But if that does not work, then the original recommendation will prevail and the bus stop will be placed where it was indicated in the report. So I don't see, I see Chair Redmond, sorry, Councilor Lorentz, then Chair Redmond.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to see this come back next week to council with information from our staff. I appreciate Councillor Galloway getting involved, but I like that to hear from staff and also a map that shows us where this is going to. I mean, it's a really busy intersection, so I'd like to be sure that what we just talked about is agreeable with staff, and I have a better comfort level seeing it on a map and hearing from.
Sure, Councilor Lorentz. This staff have agreed to this. It was actually Mr. Schmidt who proposed this solution, but I think Thomas is on the line, and you know, if it makes sense, Thomas can weigh in, and that may satisfy your concern. Mr. Schmidt?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. We can bring forward, for the meeting next Wednesday, we can bring forward a diagram showing where the alternate location would be. The issue in that location is there is not sufficient road right-of-way for us to put it on the road right-of-way, and we would require additional lands from the 3015 King Street East. Assuming we can get those lands, we would be willing to put the bus stop there. As far as concerns with congestion at that intersection, this is not any different than other busy intersections where we have bus stops. And in fact, our first preference is actually even closer to the bus stop than the current location, but we wouldn't be able to get the lands there. But we can bring forward a diagram and circulate that to council before next Wednesday.
Okay, so Chair Redmond.
Thank you, Chair Strickland. My question was going to be exactly the information we've gotten from staff, and I would have to say I'm very appreciative of the fact that there's certainty to this. And the only other question I would have, given the timeline that's in the amended motion that Councillor Galloway brought forward, how does this impact the actual implementation of the bus stop? I guess I just asked staff to clarify that.
Okay, Mr. Schmidt.
Through Mr. Chair, we would not be doing this until next spring anyway, so the timing allows us to get the construction done next spring as planned.
Thank you.
Okay, so Councilor Lorentz, you want to defer this to next council meeting? That's fine. The staff said they're fine to bring back a report, so if you want to defer it to next council meeting, you'll move that. We need a seconder, Chair Redmond. So seconded by Chair Redmond. So we'll defer it to next council meeting. So we'll call the question.
I had my hand raised.
Next week. Yeah, next council meeting. Yeah. Councillor Vanovic?
Thank you. And just, and I'm cool with the recommendation. I guess my only questions that I hope would be answered in the report is if we're moving the location, making sure that it isn't impacting adjoining properties in any way, and if it is that they're aware and have had an opportunity to provide any input into the process. And then the only other piece is that we factor in pedestrian crossing patterns as part of this. Are we going to create problems in terms of because it is such a busy area, people not crossing at the intersection and potentially starting to cross mid-block, which would be a problem.
So Thomas, you'll take that and include that information in the report?
We will, and through Mr. Chair, the reality of that location that we're talking about is essentially very close to where the current temporary stop is. So it would only impact that property, and it is where we have a temporary stop right now. So we are not looking at a major move for this. we are trying to accommodate both this business and the gas station at the corner with this, and basically be good neighbors with them and allow them to have their future plans and us to have a stop that works well for us.
That's great. So much.
Okay, great. So thank you very much. So the motion to defer is on the table. Those in the chamber, if you can indicate your support. And on Zoom, please use the check mark. Any opposed? So that's carried. So it'll be deferred to next Wednesday. So Mr. Jandu, you'll get a final answer next Wednesday, just subject to more information from staff.
Okay.
Okay,
Thank you
thanks
very much.
very much for coming today.
You're welcome. Have a nice day.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Next, we have Barry Green. Mr. Green?
Hi. Thank you for having me here. I'm just coming to speak about the no right turn on red sign on Hespeler Road at Munch. I'm a regular GRT rider, and with that sign, it's really slowing down our buses. A couple times I've been on the bus, and we've been stuck at that light for so long, and we've missed connection. So I know this is just for information that's already been talked about, but I just want to say that because of that, I've had to take alternate bus routes to get to the mall because of that red light sign. We're stuck out there for almost even like 5-10 minutes sometimes just to try to get to turn. We've had a lot of nice drivers that will try to make connections for us. They call ahead, but of course, some of the buses can't wait because of timeline and everything else. But I've noticed a lot of times where we're stuck at that light for so long because with that street, there's only like 2 lanes, and some people are using the curb lane as a straight through lane instead of a turning lane as well. And we've been stuck there for so long, and by the time we make it around that corner, we get all the red lights, and by the time we get to the mall, we miss our connection. So I don't know if something could be done about that, if they could do like a advanced thing for the buses or bus priority, that if the buses are on that thing like nearby or whatever, it could signal the light to have advanced turning or whatever, buses only. But I've talked to some other drivers and other riders, and they were saying how much of that intersection is inconvenient now. And we just noticed a while ago that signs were put up. If this would have, I know I was talking to someone before when they contacted me last week. They said this did get noticed, but we did not. I usually watch the newspaper, but I didn't see anything posted. If everything was put like a when they're talking about the GRT open houses, if someone was put out there like a sign saying, "Oh, this is going to council on this day. Who wants to speak upon it?" I would have gladly been there because this is I know our time's almost up, but just want to say I wish we can do something about that intersection because it's been holding up the 60 Northview buses a lot of times, and even bus drivers were saying how much of an inconvenience that sign is. I understand that's a really bad intersection for cyclists being injured, and then there's people turning right on red and not allowing pedestrian traffic to go. But that's been a real inconvenience for some of the buses and all that. I'm open for questions and all that. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Green. What I'm going to suggest is, thank you very much for bringing this to our attention. What I'm going to suggest is that staff and our Commissioner of Transportation Services, Thomas Schmidt, is on this call. I'm sure there's other transit staff as well. Council will not be very familiar or overly familiar with the situation. You described it very well, but I would suggest that staff bring us back a report on this intersection and your concerns, and we can address it at a future meeting, not too far in the future, but we'll address it within the next month or so. Does that work for you, Mr. Green?
Yeah, I just wanted to say because we've been noticing that it's been causing a lot of some buses. Sometimes we've missed our buses by like 5-10 minutes and all that, and I just wanted to get it off my chest right now before it gets too farther into the year and everything else.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. We do have a question, Councillor Kiefer.
It's not a question, Chair Strickland. It's more of a comment.
Okay, go ahead.
Along with Councillors McGarry and Jowett and myself, we've received a few phone calls and messages regarding this particular intersection. I, right from the beginning, have questioned the fact that it shouldn't happen, but was allowing staff, of course, to conduct a time frame to see how things work out. I have yet to see, and I travel that particular road every day or every second day, I have yet to see any cyclists on that particular stretch there. I'm sure there are some, but I do agree with Mr. Green that it does slow down the buses and it does slow down regular traffic. I'll remind council that when you're coming off of Munch onto Hespeler Road, there are 3 lanes there, so there is a dedicated lane that the right-hand turn can make. I would really like to have staff come back. I agree with your summarization there of bringing some information back on it and to see what we could do. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks. So we'll refer to staff and we'll have a report come back. Thomas or Steve, can you give us an indication of when you think we can get that report back?
Through you, Mr. Chair, it will be at least not next cycle, but likely the cycle after to get back with something. This was just implemented less than a year ago as part of last year's collision review report. So we have a very short period of history, but we can come back with what information we have and we can provide the historical information on why we put it into place in the first place.
Okay, so we're looking at...
then that can be reviewed.
We're looking at early October, Mr. Green. We have another question, Councillor McGarry.
Thank you through the chair, and thank you very much, Barry. I know that you've been a strong supporter and a frequent rider of our public transit system, and I always like to hear some of your comparisons. I know that you keep track of what happens here. So my question to you is, Barry, at the moment, and I certainly concur with Councillor Kiefer's comments about that intersection and looking at an evaluation. But my question to you, Barry, is, before that no right turn on red sign went up, what would you say your average wait time was to make that turn ahead of the change of that intersection, like maybe a year or 2 ago?
It was only like 1 or 2, like say 1 to 3 minutes wait and everything else. It wasn't really that much of a wait time, because if there's nobody coming going like on Hespeler Road going through, the buses could easily go through and everything else. So it was a kind of a more quick zoom kind of thing. If there's traffic coming up, but there's still a lot of room to go, a time to go, the bus can go. But now, because of that sign, they gotta wait for the green light before they can make that turn and all that. And some of the cars in front of them take time to we've noticed a lot of times where the bus could have went, but this person in front of them is like waiting for like another opportunity, and they don't make the turn right away, so we get stuck behind that one. And sometimes the driver is blaring the horn at them like for them to go kind of thing, because they've seen more opportunity to go, but people don't want to just zoom. They want to wait till it's more feasible or whatever.
Okay, thank you very much. And again, thanks for your observations and bringing this forward today. We really appreciate it. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
All right.
Thank you for allowing me to come, because I just wanted to get this out and all that. Thank you.
Councillor Galloway.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is not to Barry and not specifically to what he is brought forward, but the no right on red is certainly an issue that people are starting to talk about, particularly in the sense of Vision Zero and making cities walkable. So I'm not asking for a report. I'm not asking for anything at this point in time. I just kind of wanted to make people aware that no right on red And of course, there are many jurisdictions that have no right on red, but certainly not in Ontario, where the Highway Traffic Act, of course, allows it. And we make certain exceptions to it, given specific circumstances associated with a given intersection. But it is an issue in terms of Vision Zero. It is an issue in terms of the walkability of the community. I just want to make that comment.
Okay, thank you very much. So we'll have a report come back early October. Mr. Green, thanks very much for coming in.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Okay, in the next 15 minutes, because we're scheduled for a break, and to our delegations who've been waiting, as typical, the meeting's taking longer than we anticipated, but we'll get through a few of the delegations here this morning on the proposed extension of the mask bylaw, and then we'll take a break at approximately noon, just so you're forewarned. Just reminder, everyone, you have 5 minutes. You'll see the counter on the screen, and I'll warn you with 1 minute left. Our first delegation is Sheryl Gatzke. Welcome, Sheryl. Ms. Gatzke, are you there?
Here I am.
Okay, great. Welcome.
Hi, councilors. Sorry, I'm just trying to unmute myself here, and I was doing a little bit of work at the same time. So my camera is not unmuted, but I'm going to try to give that a go here. I seem to be losing you guys. You might want to let somebody else go first while I figure this out.
Okay. The next delegation is Wayne Kerr. Alex Bartlett? Oh, okay. I thought that was combined with Sheryl's on the sheet I have. Sorry, Mr. Kerr. Alex Bartlett. Mr. Bartlett, are you there? Okay. All right, so Mr. Bartlett apparently isn't here either, so Mr. Kerr, Wayne Kerr. Oh, Wayne Kerr canceled. Luba Alviano. Luba, are you there?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, can hear you. Thank you.
Okay.
Go ahead, Luba.
1 second, just need to. You will see my face. Tell them that the host as you go. Can you open my face, please? The host. Can you open my face? Can you see my face?
No, we cannot see your face, but we can hear your voice. You have to turn the camera on at your end.
Okay. Can you see my face?
Yeah, there you go.
Okay. I'm ready, right?
Yep, please proceed.
Okay. My name is Luba Alviana Oransky. I am mother of 3 children, ages 38, 37, 11, and grandmother of 5 grandkids. I believe in God. I am critical care nurse with experience of 39 years in Russia, Ukraine, Israel, and Canada. I know that you, ladies and gentlemen, also have children and grandchildren. I want to tell you that I do not believe to pandemic of coronavirus, and this is my constitutional right. I explain you why. Is it coronavirus real? Yes, it is. Like other viruses living with us and around us. Every year we had and we have flu season. Unfortunately, people, yes, dying from influenza and other diseases. But now statistic shows us that amount of people died from influenza last year even higher than from COVID-19. We now know recovery rate from COVID-19 greater than 99%. No one child in Canada died from COVID-19. God gave us strong protection named immune system. We know now more than 80% of people who died from or with coronavirus were people living in nursing homes and already having many health problems and very bad nursing care inside. That is why Canadian Army was involved, finally. All official media constantly pronounced increasing the numbers of cases. Even CDC said now that 50% of positive tests are false positive. Inventor of PCR test, which used now for COVID-19, Kerr, Nobel Prize winner, said PCR test cannot use for diagnostic reason. People who had or have common cold or flu or were vaccinated from flu in the past can be COVID positive, but they are not sick. We just have never conducted such a massive PCR swabs test in the past. We all do not want to be sick, but by nature, when we encounter with viruses, our body produces defense to those viruses by our own immune system. To make our immune system work well, we must have fresh and clean air, clean water, good quality of food, and very important, be calm and not afraid. Fear suppresses our immune system. Mandatory wearing mask should be stopped. I explain you why. First, it does not provide any protection against COVID-19, which is written on the box of these masks. Oxygen level go down from 21 in air to 17%. Carbon dioxide going up from normal level of 800 parts per million to 10,000 parts per million only after 10 breaths under the masks. Chemical particles released from masks made from synthetic material and heated by own breathing, inhaled over and over. Our own opportunistic microorganisms and viruses are activated by inhaled moisture and lack of oxygen. Thus, masks turned into a source of self-infection. People also stop seeing smiles and on other faces. People scared and angry, and as a result, cortisol level increased,
Luba, I just want to let you know
and the immune system jeopardized. I ask you to stop this unjustified action. People must have a choice.
Luba, you have less than a minute left. You have less than a minute left, Luba.
First, choice to have a truth information, choice to wear mask or do not wear mask if they believe to wear the mask, choice to have vaccine as a prophylactic measure against the COVID or flu, as COVID-19 is like a flu. Choice do not have mandatory vaccine to them and to their kids. Choice to have written consent to every manipulation with their bodies, include injection. As the conclusion of my speech, to say, ladies and gentlemen, you are responsible for the future of our children and all people in KW area. We cannot imagine the faces of our children covered in those useless and harmful masks going to school. I'm for not mandatory masks and vaccines. Thank you for your attention and letting me express my opinion about coronavirus situation. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much, Ms. Alviano. We appreciate you coming in today. Thank you. Okay, there are no questions. So Sheryl, Gatzke, we'll go to the top of the agenda. And just also, I mentioned a break at 12, or actually break is scheduled for 12:30, just so council is aware, 12:30 for council and delegations. So Sheryl, Gatzke, are you on the call now?
I am, yeah. I just need the moderator to allow my video.
Okay.
Before I begin.
There we go. Welcome.
Hi, everybody. Nice to see you. Members of council, thank you for allowing me to speak today regarding the mask mandates in Kitchener-Waterloo. I appreciate that. Barry, you're in the corner. It's always nice to see you as well. I would first like to mention that I'm not anti-mask. What I am coming to speak to you mostly about today is mandates. I'm anti-mandating. I fully believe in my freedom as a Canadian, my freedom of choice, my freedom of speech, and this epidemic is no exception. So I cannot stay quiet through this event as well. My grandfather and I assume many of your grandfathers fought in a war to protect my freedoms, and I plan to follow in his footsteps. I will not be silent. I need my children to know that I spoke out. And my freedom doesn't end where your fear begins. What mandates do is draw a line in the sand where people are forced to pick a side and police each other. People are being forced to acquiesce to things they don't agree with due to peer pressure. Is that the society that you're looking to make here in Kitchener-Waterloo? Welcome to Kitchener, where science doesn't matter. The bully effect works perfectly. Would you ever tell your children to do something they don't agree with that makes them feel uncomfortable? I'm going to go with a no. Yet that's what you've asked a lot of us to do something that doesn't feel right, that isn't backed by science or any form of logic. We're being forced to do it because of the mandates that you've put in place. The precedent this sets, the message it sends, is terrifying on many levels. And sadly, this is your message to our youth, that peer pressure works. I'd like to circle back to science. We keep hearing that this is based on science, and I'm curious to know what science we're using here in the region of Kitchener-Waterloo. Because in Alberta, they've passed that masks are not needed. There's no mask mandates in Alberta. Quebec, masks are not needed full-time in school, and large protests are held weekly. So my question is, what science are we following as a country? How can Alberta go to mandates? Quebec can say no masks, yet Ontario has our children muzzled all day in school. Are we listening to the World Health Organization that employs Dr. Tam? She's the one who's embarrassed us as a country by encouraging glory holes, masks while having sex, and said that we actually can transmit this virus from farting. Are we listening to her, or who is it that we're actually listening to? She is employed by the World Health Organization on top of being a representative of Canada, and that is privately funded by Bill Gates, who is 2020's version of the Rothschild family. When I said I was going to speak to you today regarding ending mask mandates in our region, the general feeling was, good luck, they've already made up their minds. That common feeling leads me to believe, and others to believe, that there's a paper trail. Are there people influencing you outside of this region? Have you met with people on Zoom who have asked you to push mandates regarding masks, regardless of what your people are saying? Because the people are speaking, and we're saying we don't want that, we want our freedom of choice. Mandates like this go against our constitutional rights as Canadians. We cannot hold this state of emergency because there is no immediate unknown threat. So these mandates go against our constitutional rights as Canadians. There is absolutely no science that supports wearing masks, but there are lots of science. There's lots of science that can contribute to the effects of having to wear a mask. Our cases are currently going up, but the tests themselves will pick up your own immunity to this virus if you had it in the first wave.
Cheryl,
There are,
Cheryl,
however, a lot of
Cheryl,
scientists that do show the problems that we have. We're crumbling as a society. You are not mandating masks for our health. It's becoming common that you are mandating masks because somebody at a higher level of government has told you to mandate masks.
Cheryl, you have
If
less than a
anybody
minute.
can present any science to me that can prove wearing a Disney princess mask is saving me from a virus with a 0.02% of killing me, I would love to see that. The stats show that I have a higher chance of being hit by lightning than I do from dying of COVID-19. I am pro-choice in all things. I believe that you have to start allowing us to make our own choices. Thank you for listening.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Gatzke. That was right on time. Well done. Thanks very much for sharing your views. We appreciate there's much discussion on this issue, and we thank you very much for coming in and sharing your views today. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, the next delegation is Alex Bartlett. Mr. Bartlett, are you available right now? Mr. Bartlett? No, I don't think we have Mr. Bartlett. Okay, Chanakya.
I know it was a controversial topic then, and it still continues to be a controversial topic, but it was the right thing to do, and you guys did it. So I wanted to thank you, as not just from myself, but from almost everybody who lives in region of Waterloo, who believes in science, unlike other comments that have been said in the past. And before we even go into the extension, I just wanted to take a minute or so to take us back a few months. Why was mandatory mask policy even passed? Like, if we look back a few months ago, like, funny enough, it started with what I like to call the great toilet paper shortage of 2020, but things became serious very fast. We all saw graphic pictures and videos coming from Italy, China, even New York, where frontline workers were running out of masks and had to use garbage bags to protect themselves. That time, people were dying, businesses were going bankrupt, and it was looking that some countries itself would collapse. So mandatory mask policy was passed not to take humanity to heaven, but to save humanity from hell. And it did a great job of doing that. We are not in hell, which we would have been if we hadn't followed all the precautions and the recommendations that were given by the medical bodies. So when I hear now people complaining that the numbers are low and like enough people have not died, I know I'm supposed to be respectful, but like I just find that crazy, because instead of practicing inaction, council took action and the action worked. Lives were saved. A lot of businesses which would have gone bankrupt are back in business because wearing a mask, customers feel comfortable visiting them. So when I hear all this conversation, like, would they have wanted the worst scenario to happen? Is that what they were looking for? Like, were they disappointed that the worst didn't happen? How is that a sound policy to practice? Like, if they wanted, like, how many deaths would they have liked to see for them to be comfortable with the mask policy being extended? Like, how many lives would have to be lost? How many families would have to be ruined? Because I believe, and I mentioned this last time as well, was if there is one death, if there is one life lost in Kitchener-Waterloo, which would otherwise be alive if if people were wearing masks, then it is one death too many. So, and finally, like, this is, like, I could hear from the language and the jargon used by previous speakers, like, this is my suggestion, and it is very simple. Like, spend a little less time on YouTube, spend a little less time on Facebook. Maybe it would be more beneficial for your health to spend a little more time with your doctor.
Mr. Ramdev, I'm going to stop you there. We really appreciate your comments, but we're not here to facilitate debate between delegations. People are entitled to their opinion. You stick to your opinion. Others will stick to theirs. Please and thanks.
Okay, sure. So I'm pretty much done. So I would absolutely support extending the mask policy until the date mentioned, or even until the time we have a vaccine and it is available widely. And finally, to the people who are wearing the mask, I would just like to reiterate, wearing a mask, especially in Waterloo, is the most patriotic thing you can do. So my request is to please continue to do that, especially because we have students coming back to campus, and Waterloo is also a startup hub, so a lot of people are coming for that. So it is a hub of people from all over Canada and around the world are here. So if we can keep people protected in Waterloo, it ensures people in rest of Canada can be protected as well. Thank you.
Great. Thanks very much for coming in again, Mr. Ramdev. Appreciate your comments and your opinion. We have no questions. We'll go to the next delegation. But actually, before I do that, I'll call for Mr. Bartlett a third and final time. Mr. Bartlett? Okay, so no Mr. Bartlett today. Victoria Kerr. Welcome.
Yep, I'm here.
Okay, welcome.
Hi there. Thank you for having me today.
Yeah, we can see you and hear you.
Okay. I'd like to inform you that I am against the extension for a few reasons. First of all is that Public Health Ontario has actually stated that one should only wear a mask if they have COVID-19 symptoms or if they are caring for someone with COVID-19. But unless you have symptoms, there is no clear evidence that wearing a mask will actually protect you. And this is directly from Public Health Ontario. Also from the Government of Ontario, it actually states twice on their website that the mask will not protect you from getting it. And I know that there were 2 children in China who actually died from wearing masks for extended periods of time, as well as an increase in staph infections and breathing issues and everything else. I myself have asthma, and I have tried on all 3 masks, and I have actually had an asthma attack in each one. I would like to tell you a little quick story that happened to me today that really hurts. My daughter, she's 5 years old. She just started SK today, and she has a hearing impairment as well as a motor speech disorder. So I have made several phone calls several times, and she is exempt from wearing the mask. However, the school that she goes to have bullied me and pressured me into saying yes, that she should try it. And even though it was approved by the school that she was against it, they still put one on her regardless. And that, to me, I know from personal experience, it is abuse to push and pressure someone for that, as I have experienced other abuse forms in the past. And it is heartbreaking because she is disabled, and us people who do have disabilities are being treated with disrespect, and we are being treated like a disease because we can't wear a mask. But that's not fair. I have been denied healthcare. I know other people who have been denied services and healthcare, and it's not right. If people should wear masks, fine, but it should be optional. I mean, we have a right to have our own opinions and we have our own bodily right to say what we want to do with our own body. With a virus that has a death rate of 0.02%, I don't believe that this is the right way to go. And honestly, Sweden has not had masks mandated or locked down or anything, and they have less deaths than Canada. People claim that we're in this together, but we're not. People are being treated differently because they can't wear one. We're being denied everything. The CDC has actually reduced it to an outbreak rather than a pandemic in the States, with all these numbers going up. I feel that the mental and physical destruction that this mask mandate is causing is worse than the actual virus, because these measures that are being done for the greater good are actually destroying the greater good in different ways. So I ask you to please take this all into consideration, because we are having a hard time with it, and understand that there are people out there who are suffering from the mandate just as much as people are suffering from the virus itself. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Kerr. Thanks for coming in today and sharing your opinions. There's no questions from council, so thanks again.
All right, thank you. Bye-bye.
Thanks. The next delegation is Jennifer Akgol. Miss Akgol, are you available?
Hi.
You are?
Yes,
Welcome.
I'm here. Okay, I'm speaking in the strongest terms possible with compelling information for City Council to vote to terminate the face covering bylaw. The local health emergency, or stage 3 as we now call it, and all orders emanating from it should be nullified and not ratified by City Council based on this irrefutable evidence. Health officials and City Council have violated Canadian and Ontario laws according to the Emergency Management Act, Section 1 and 2. There are no grounds for stage 3 reopening in our region, and even more so, no grounds for a face covering bylaw. Health officials and City Council are violating the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, Section 2, 7, and 15. There is a slowing of deaths. The number of positive cases are faulty because of high unreliability of those tests. Our current death rate here in the region is 0.0001. Health officials state that a reason for their mask recommendations, there is currently no vaccine to prevent COVID-19. Fact, the CDC reports only 45% effectiveness of the flu shot in 2019, and there is no local emergency declared for flu season, which runs from November to April, where more residents die each year compared to COVID-related deaths. Fact, Canada's most popular flu vaccine, Fluzone, reports a death rate of 0.6% in people 65 and older. The COVID death rate is less than half of that at 0.2% max. As you know, the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms safeguards liberty as its first priority. The Charter is intended to prevent government infringing the fundamental freedoms of Canadians and permits infringement only in exceptional circumstances and only to the extent that a government can show its actions are demonstrably justified in a free and democratic society. Once citizens are able to show that their rights have been violated, the onus shifts to the government to justify its violations of those rights. The burden is on you, not the people. Where is the science? Health officials have passed the buck and are breaking Ontario law by not providing reputable evidence in favor of healthy or asymptomatic residents to wear face masks. Council cannot extend a face covering bylaw under false claims, inaccurate guidance, and misrepresent the public. Further, health officials rely on guidance from Ontario Public Health for the mask mandate, yet there is no evidence there. Nothing that I can find even suggests the use of face masks for the general public. In fact, they report that evidence shows community-based public health measures implemented in response to COVID-19 may be negatively affecting factors related to children's healthy growth and development. COVID-19 SARS-CoV-2 particle size is 0.125 UN. Surgical masks are not effective at blocking particles smaller than 100 UN. Cloth masks are even less effective. COVID-19 deaths peaked in March and April and still continue to decline, even while increased testing exposes more cases. If masks were not required to flatten the curve, why should they be required now? Mandatory masking is an interference with personal autonomy. For those who must wear them for hours, specifically our children, those with respiratory illnesses, those with conditions such as claustrophobia, PTSD, masks can be a debilitating threat to health. Cases were already on the decline, but are now on the rise. Despite claims, masks were supposed to keep the trend down. This is further evidence mandatory masks do not work. There is no evidence that masks don't cause any short, long-term, or psychological effects on people, and more importantly, in developing children. Bonnie Henry cited that evidence around the world does not support mandatory masks for long periods, are not recommended, and are not safe. Decisions by this council cannot be made based on popular public opinion skewed by the media when it's regarding the public health and safety of its community members. This decision can only be made by clear and concrete evidence of the effectiveness of masks, to which none exist. On a personal note,
Jennifer,
my 14-year-old
less
son
than a minute left. You have less than a minute left.
had his first day of grade 9. None of his friends ended up in his cohort. There were 15 other masked students in his class, but because of the masking, along with the other measures, it makes it difficult to get to know anyone. No group or paired work in class, no rotation of classes, no cafeteria, and no team sports will make it impossible to make social connections or new friends. This is a direct violation of my child's right to a liberating, healthy, and positive secondary educational experience. The right to make friends, the right to grow and develop socially, the right to see people smile, the right to feel normal and live a happy life. Needless to say, he has decided to stay home, and we will now homeschool outside of the educational system. City Council must put an end to the face covering bylaw now or face legal action by members of this community. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Akgol, for coming in and sharing your views. It's very much appreciated. There's no questions from council, so thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, the next delegation is Norbert Friedel. Norbert, are you on the line? Could be Friedel. Norbert, are you there? No, I don't see any, so we'll come back to Mr. Friedel. The next I have is Mr. Pelly, David Pelly. Mr. Pelly, are you on the line? Okay, I'm just going to go in order. Mr. Pelly? No. Trevor Strauss. Mr. Strauss. Don't see him on the line.
Hello, yes, I am here. I couldn't. It's not unmuted.
David. Okay, David, welcome.
Yes. Ready to go?
Yep.
Okay.
There we
Okay,
go. We can see you and hear you.
Yes. Being that I have only 3 minutes, I was late with my stuff. I want to get right to the point. My presentation is fully supports Luba, Sheryl, Victoria, and Jennifer, and I want to expand upon that. I want to go further. They said very much what I would say, and then more. I want to tell you, Council, that I'm a citizen scientist, and I've been researching this thing for this COVID thing since the very beginning. And I'm been into this field for many years before that. Everything that you hear on the media, mass media, CNN, CBC, Fox, especially CNN and CBC, is lies. All lies. There's nothing true about it. This is the world's biggest fraud. Biggest fraud. It is unfathomable. And I know you people do not have the time to do the research, go beyond what you hear on the media. And I assume that you made all your laws, this COVID laws, based on what you heard on the media and went along with everybody else in the world. All these laws were made arbitrarily, okay, not based on researched fact. Arbitrary laws are not legal. They have no force in law, okay? And and I fully support the ladies. What they said is I do not. I'm against extending any of these laws in any way. There is. I sent you a lot of information, and you can circulate that information amongst everybody, supporting my my point of view here. There is court cases popping up around the world. One in Ohio. I sent you newsletters on that are challenging the status quo, the mainstream narrative, and there's be real repercussions. Governments will have to pay damages to all the damage that's been done to the lives lost of due to COVID. These COVID laws, the shutdown, businesses shut down, bankruptcies, deaths, and everything that you hear on the media. Okay, so that I don't have more to say than that, and I just want to make you aware to take your time to read the material that I gave you. It's going to take a long time. There's a lot of work to do. It's hard to change your mind, the different paradigm, because the media is very, very brainwashing. The media is a criminal, is basically organized crime. They're owned by criminal interests behind the scenes that you're not aware of, and it takes a lot of work.
Mr. Pelly, like other delegations, I'm going to stop you right there.
Okay.
That's inflammatory, libelous. We can't condone that kind of language on a public meeting like this. Do you have anything else to add with respect to the face covering bylaw? That area. I was not. That's not my intention, or I'm saying what's fact. Okay. All right. So thank you very much, Mr. Pelly. Are there any questions for Mr. Pelly? Okay. Thanks very much. Thanks for coming in and sharing your views. Much appreciated.
Okay. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Okay. I'll go back up the agenda. Norbert Friedel. Okay. Next is Trevor Strauss. Mr. Strauss?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm just going to share my screen. We had some problems last time, so if you could verify that you can see my screen, and then I'll ask after the first slide shift to just verify
we can see it and we see it and we hear you fine.
Okay, great. So thanks for the time today. Definitely against the extension of the mandatory masking, and just want to walk through some slides here in the next 5 minutes to give you some perspective on why. So I think the bylaw itself says that if there is a treatment, a vaccine or a treatment, you may choose to end the bylaw. I think if you dig into what happened with Switzerland when they stopped using hydroxychloroquine and zinc, you'll find very quickly that there is a treatment. You can see in this slide here, this is from the Johns Hopkins University data. After they stopped because of the Lancet study, you can see a drastic spike in deaths, 4 times the amount. After that study was pulled and retracted, they re-engaged the use of that treatment, and it dropped by 4. So I think it's safe to say that there is a treatment. We just aren't actually looking for it, and council could maybe use more time fighting for those sorts of treatments in our hospitals. Recently, there's been more studies about transmission. This one, about 455 contacts that were in direct contact with people for up to 4 days. None of them actually got COVID. So I think we need to start looking deeper into the research and what really it takes to transmit the virus. When we look at the Ontario numbers, I think, just yesterday, Mr. Ford was saying how cases are spiking, and the numbers actually show that. So mandatory mask bylaws were implemented back here, and now the cases are spiking, but masks are mandatory. So either masks don't work or they make it worse. So we have to pick which that is. In Waterloo region, we're seeing the same thing. The mask bylaw was implemented back here July 13th-ish. Low rates already before that, and now the cases are starting to increase again with mandatory mask bylaw. So they aren't working and or making things worse. And I'm not sure that there's studies that would indicate that they aren't making things worse. So we need to really look into that deeper. When we take a look at the curves that are happening throughout the entire world, it's very well known, these curves. Gompertz curve is something that you see, and depending on which part of the hemisphere you're in, which temperate, the curve actually changes. So this gentleman, Edgar, actually studied viruses for 50 years. I'd suggest, some of the council get this paper and start reading on it. When you look at this and what it means, across the different areas, Italy has the Gompertz curve. This is another type of curve that's in the tropical area. You can see Brazil had no lockdown, actually lower than Peru's lockdown from a death rate perspective. So actually doing, some people talked about CO2 from an occupational health and safety perspective. The time-weighted average needs to be about 5,000 parts per million or lower. Behind a mask, greater than 10,000 parts per million. So we're destroying people's innards just by having them wear masks for extended periods of time. And this is verifiable. My company put in some CO2 sensors into Infrastructure Ontario buildings. This is known fact that targets are around 800 parts per million in the spaces. There's many on council that would probably know that already. Behind your mask, you're sucking in more than 10,000 parts per million constantly. When you take a look at the Sick Kids recommendation, more than 61% of the doctors across all of these facilities say that non-medical masks are not recommended for elementary students. We really need to take a look at what the doctors are saying and show the evidence. There is no evidence to say masking works or that it's valuable. So masking is doing more harm than good right now based on the case rate going up, based on people taking in their CO2 at an extraordinary amount higher than what health and safety would allow. We need to end the bylaw now. If anybody has any questions, we'd love to dig into the research.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Strauss. We see no questions, so we appreciate you coming in again. I think you were here as a previous delegation, so thanks very much for sharing your views. It's very much appreciated by council. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, I'm just going to go back for a third and final time for Norbert Friedel. Okay, so we won't be hearing from Norbert today. The next I have on the list is Marissa Heisel. Ms. Heisel?
I'm here. Just give me 1 second to start my video, please.
Welcome.
Okay. Can you see me or hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Yep.
Okay.
Thanks.
All right, so here we are again. In July, when Council disregarded the mountain of research that was presented, which clearly demonstrated the lack of efficacy and very real potential for harm with mask wearing, I was sorely disappointed but not surprised. It was abundantly clear that public consultation was a formality and a decision had already been made. What we did not yet know but learned very soon thereafter, thanks to Mayor Bonnie Crombie of Mississauga, is that municipalities and cities across and North America had been in direct connection with the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation and the Bloomberg Foundation regarding mask mandates. Further digging by investigative journalists suggested financial remuneration of some sort for those municipalities that instituted mask mandates, although whether that funding is coming directly from Gavi or through the provincial and or federal government is not clear. I am certain the public would be interested in learning whether local government met with the Gates or Bloomberg Foundations or received directions from them via any documentation. Your position paper on today's hearing states that, although preliminary, there is research that has concluded that face coverings are likely beneficial in reducing community transmission of COVID-19, and further suggests that there is virtually no evidence that masks are harmful in any way. I would suggest that both of those assertions are blatant mistruths. There continues to be, as there was in July, absolutely no evidence-based research that masks are beneficial for the prevention of COVID, while there is a mountain of research from scientists, researchers, epidemiologists, doctors, dentists, lawyers, and investigative journalists from around the world that masks are causing significant physiological harm. In the 2 months since masks have become almost universally mandated, the incidence of bacterial pneumonia, pleurisy, other lung infections, impetigo, and other staphylococcal skin infections, and mask mouth, leading to issues such as strokes, heart attacks, and syncopal episodes has dramatically increased, and all of which are directly attributed to mask wearing and can be substantiated by local EMS responders. We have a virus that has never been isolated and a test for said virus that was never meant for diagnostic purposes. There is an exponential rate of false positive tests and positive cases which do not correlate to severity of illness, hospitalizations, or deaths. There are now legal challenges to governments and medical bodies around the world brought forward by organizations of expert medical professionals and scientists. There is a large constitutional challenge in Ontario against multiple governmental parties, and yet Council continues to ignore all of that and now plans to institute a mask mandate that will last for the next almost 8 months. Here is what we know. A non-medical technocratic billionaire appears to be pulling strings at every governmental level. All empirical evidence and research of physiological harm is being ignored. Rates of mental illness, suicide, drug use, and bankruptcy are soaring, and division within the community is at a fever pitch. Crisis lines have tripled the number of calls they receive on a daily basis as a direct result of masking and lockdown policies. Council is making medical decisions for hundreds of thousands of people in this region with disregard for evidence-based research, decisions that are directly harming the well-being of citizens. In closing, I would suggest that long-term mandating of masks is akin to medical experimentation on a mass scale, in direct contravention of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, the UN Declaration of Human Rights, and the Nuremberg Laws. And every member of government instituting these mandates is liable in crimes against humanity. Freedom over one's physical person is the most basic freedom of all, and Council is culpable in the undermining of that freedom. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Heisel. Thanks for coming in. I see no questions, so thanks for sharing your views today.
Thank you.
So it is 12:30. Just for the information of council, I have 3 more delegations. I'm not sure if they're all here or not, and then a 4th delegation for 3 minutes. So I would suggest that we carry on and break after we hear all the delegations. Okay, I'm seeing nods. Okay, great. So the next delegation is Taylor Junkin. Ms. Junkin, welcome. Welcome, Taylor. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Perfect. So I'm here again. I spoke at the last meeting months ago when there was hope that this mandate wouldn't even last this long. Through all this time, the emerging evidence can still not provide that masks are beneficial, especially when weighing in the risks. As someone who's medically exempt from wearing a mask, I'm extremely disappointed to hear the proposition to extend this for another 8 months. Many, myself included, have faced ridicule, harassment. We've been ostracized, interrogated by members of the public, and since the day that this bylaw was put into place. Employees of businesses in the community since the day it came into effect have been not clear on what they're privy to, on what they can ask when it comes to exemptions. They are contributing to the incredible anxiety that we're all facing just to simply go to the grocery store and feed our families, let alone try to enjoy ourselves doing anything. At the very least, if this bylaw is extended, there must be more information given to businesses and civilians about the exemptions. There's a fine for people not wearing a mask. Why isn't there any consequences for those not abiding by valid exemptions? We heard firsthand today that there's bullying and logic that people are using for those of us who aren't wearing masks, that we're ignorant, that we obtain all our information from memes and YouTube. You've heard from enough of us now through these meetings alone to know that this is degrading and false. We have provided science, research, and medically backed claims. When you pass this bylaw, society believes that you have reviewed all. You don't. On the other side, masks in the workplace are creating issues. Employees are working long hours. They're not wearing their mask properly. They're not changing them often, that we know is vital. Financial burden of doing so. There's threats of job loss for not complying. Some jobs have been requesting medical notes, but doctors have been advised by the College of Physicians not to write notes due to liability concerns. There's been facial lesion outbreaks. We've heard of different symptoms a lot already today: headaches, anxiety, reducing oxygen. The list goes on. There's a huge body of evidence to support this. We've experienced a sense of community loss. We have no more smiling at our neighbors. We're not using our facial expressions anymore as judgment. Children are now required in schools as young as 3, and we know what the impacts are for this. All for what? You can claim that the medical professionals are backing this mandate, but you're blatantly ignoring the many medical professionals who are strongly disagreeing with it. You're choosing one side to listen to. People are complying because they believe they don't have a choice, not because they agree with the bylaw. Don't extend this bylaw and you'll see. We're capable of making our own decisions based on the science, facts, and information available. Time has shown us that our level of risk is extremely lower than initially expected, and it's time that our response matches this data. Did you notice a trend today? This issue is far more important to those who are unable or unwilling to mask. It's clearly not as important to those who may be in favor, as they're not the ones that are here today. Even the correspondence provided, only 2 were in favor of extending this mask bylaw. Please, it's up to you to represent us, not control us. Decide with us, not for us. We see the trickle effect of these policies, and we know that other regions are going to follow suit with the determination you make today. You have an opportunity to show the rest of Ontario, Canada, North America, how progressive you are in dealing with this issue, which is proven, thankfully, to be far less harmful than anyone thought it would be by not extending this bylaw and getting our sense of community back. Thank you for listening.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Junkin. Is there any questions for Taylor? Seeing none, thank you very much for coming in and sharing your views. We really appreciate it. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Okay, so next on the list is Stuart Irvine. Mr. Irvine? Mr. Irvine, are you there? Mr. Irvine? Okay, we'll come back in a minute. And then Vladamir Voznyuk. Vladamir, I saw on the line earlier. Are you still there? Vladamir Voznyuk? Okay, well, he's connecting? Okay. Mr. Voznyuk?
Mr. Chair, I see that Mr. Friedel's also still connected in.
Mr. Voznyuk, I don't hear or see you. The clerk is trying to make a connection here. Okay, it's Vladimir. I had Vladimir. Sorry about that. Welcome. We can see you, but we can't hear you. Are you off mute now? Oh, you're still on mute. Sorry, we can't hear you, Mr. Voznyuk. No, cannot hear you. Can you hear us? Give us a thumbs up if you can hear us. Okay. But we can't hear you. All I can suggest is that we try to reconnect. Okay. All right. Are your headphones plugged in? No. Sorry, there's nothing I can do other than you just have to try to phone in and reconnect, and I'll go on to another delegation. Sorry about that, Vladamir. Okay, so moving back up the list, I'll call Stuart Irvine for a second time. Stuart Irvine for a third time. None. Okay. How about Bev Cornies? Bev? Do we have Bev in the waiting room? Okay, I'll call Bev for a second time. Okay, maybe we'll come back. I do know that Norbert Friedel joined us. Norbert? Okay, welcome, Norbert. Can you hear us? Yeah, we can't hear you. So sorry, we're having some technical difficulties here. Just give us a moment. Are you on mute, Norbert? How about your computer audio itself, not just the Zoom? Test 1, 2. Sorry, I can't hear you. So there's Norbert and Vladimir, and we don't know what happened to Bev, but in the absence of not being able to hear you gentlemen and potentially Bev, we're just going to take a break, scheduled break. We're 10 minutes past our scheduled break, and we'll reconvene at approximately 1:15, and hopefully the technical difficulties will be resolved by then. So our apologies. Our apologies. Okay, so we'll have, can I have a motion to recess, please? Councillor Kiefer, Councillor Lorentz, everyone else. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, that's carried. We're going to recess until 1:15. Thank you. Sorry about the technical difficulties. Good afternoon. I just want to let everyone know on the Zoom call and council colleagues that we'll reconvene in approximately 2 minutes. Committee of the Whole meeting for September the 15th. We'll continue with some delegations. We have 4 delegations, 3 of which I know for sure are here, but there's one other that I'll have to call for a third time, and that's Bev Corney. So I'm not sure if Bev is here or on the in the waiting room, but we'll start off with Vladamir Voznyuk. Vladamir, welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Hello, do you see me?
Yes,
hi there. Hi, everyone. You hear me
we
well?
can see you and hear you. Thank you, Vladimir.
Thank you. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. Just quickly to introduce myself, moved to Cambridge in March, right when the pandemic was happening, and I am strongly opposed to the mandatory mask mandate. As we've heard other people speaking, Sheryl, Luba, Victoria, Jennifer, David, Trevor, Marissa, and Taylor. I'm all with them on that. It's goes against our constitutional freedoms. It's more of a comfort decision rather than decision based on science. And I'm really for the accountability. If you councillors make this decision, are you gonna assure us that it's not gonna affect our children in the long run? Because I urge you, go by the school and take a look. How many happy kids do you see? I don't think you'll see any. For how long are we going to do this? Until there is a vaccine? Isn't it the same as promising a time machine? If we're all in this together, let's deal with this together. It's here to stay. It's here for a long time. Thank God the mortality is not that high. And I really don't want you to create more division. And I urge you to cancel this mask mandate. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Vladimir. Are there any questions? I don't see any questions for Vladimir. So thanks very much for sharing your opinions, and thanks for your patience over the lunch break there. Much appreciated. Thanks, Vladimir.
Thank you. Bye.
Okay. Bev Corneys. I'm going to call Bev for the 3rd and final time. Bev? No Bev. Okay. Norbert Friedel. Norbert, are you on the line?
I am here.
Okay, we can hear you. And now we can see you. So welcome, Norbert.
Thank you very much. Regional Chair and councillors, thank you very much for taking the time to listen to your constituents. It's very much appreciated. And I know that for me personally, I consider it a privilege to be able to communicate with you today as you reconsider the masking bylaw. This past weekend, as I was able to run some errands with my wife, I was encouraged to see the progress that had been made in reducing a number of COVID-related restrictions that had been put in place during the last few months. As we visited a big box store, we were no longer required to line up prior to entry, and the number of people allowed into the store seemed to have returned pretty much to full capacity. The checkouts were all open, and it seemed like things were getting back to normal again. People were still courteous and respectful, but the level of fear seems to have gone down. We also visited the farmers market, the Waterloo farmers market, and we were again encouraged that there were a lot more spaces, parking spaces that had been opened up, and it seemed like the number of people at the market was getting closer to last year's numbers. The Waterloo Farmers Market is perhaps the most visited tourist attraction in Waterloo region, and it is truly one of the region's best known destinations. Now, at the market, we noticed that the gating and fencing was still in place, and really it seemed to us that much of this could be removed, and we were just kind of wanting to see a continuance. Like we need continued reduction in restrictions, and we need to allow individuals and businesses to interact more normally again. We need to give people the opportunity to make good choices, and we need to encourage people to do the right things. And I believe that's what we all want. We want to give people hope, and we want to reduce their fear. And Regional Council has this opportunity to be directly involved in this process and to provide leadership for the entire community. I encourage Regional Council not to renew the mandatory mask bylaw. I encourage Regional Council to recognize that the effectiveness of masks is minimal at best, and that masks may in fact do more harm than good. The region's mandatory mask bylaw has been in effect for almost 2 months now, and now is the time to follow through on the sunset clause in the bylaw, which reads, "This bylaw shall be deemed repealed and no longer in force and effect at 11:59 p.m. on September 30th, 2020, unless extended by council." So unless extended by council, and I guess that's why we're all here today, to consider the merits of allowing the bylaw to be repealed or of extending the bylaw. Now, looking back to the beginning of the pandemic, it's interesting to note that the reason Canadians were asked to lock down was to flatten the curve. This would avoid our hospitals to be overrun with critical care patients. Canadians accepted this, and for the most part, they willingly followed the guidelines and accepted the restrictions. Well, now it seems that the goal has changed from avoiding overrun hospitals to avoiding any transmissions of the virus. This is clearly not a reasonable goal, given the restrictions that would need to be followed to attain it. Even if the goal is achieved in a given jurisdiction, that jurisdiction would have to continue to be locked down until the virus is eradicated from the entire earth or until 100% effective vaccine is available. Generally, no one wants to get sick, and no one wants their loved ones to get sick. But what is the cost of trying to achieve the elusive goal of avoiding any transmission of the virus? What will we do when the next virus comes along? So as my time is running short, I have a few other points that I wanted to bring forward. And I wanted to say several reasons why the wearing of masks is detrimental for individuals, for businesses, and for society as a whole.
Okay,
Masks,
Norbert, you got less than a minute.
Yeah, well, thank you. Masks reduce the quality of the air that is inhaled by the user. And this is why people with respiratory illnesses are told by their doctors not to wear masks. So that even the bylaw makes an exception for people with medical conditions. So if it's not good for sick people, it's not good for healthy people either. So I'm down to the last 30 seconds here, and I just wanted to, again, in closing, encourage the councillors to decide to do away the mandatory mask bylaw. This will allow Waterloo region to continue moving towards normalcy. With COVID restrictions having increased suicides, heart attacks, loneliness, increased addiction, increased unemployment, please do your part to reduce fear and to give people hope once again. I thank you for this time.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Friedel. We really appreciate you coming in. I don't see any questions, but thanks again, and thanks for your patience with that technical difficulties we experienced. Appreciate that.
Thank you very much.
Yep, thank you. Okay, we have one additional delegation. Mr. Edgar, Spencer Edgar, I believe. Are you there, Mr. Edgar?
Yes, hello.
Hi, you have 3 minutes, Mr. Edgar. Welcome.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Council, for hearing me on such short notice. My name is Spencer, and I'm currently living in Kitchener. I am a person with a disability. I have about 40% lung function, and I'm on oxygen. And I'm here to support the mandate for mandatory masks. My doctor has told me she wants me to wear a mask, and I have no issue. And I also have no issues with other people with disabilities who cannot wear masks. There is ample evidence that masks do not cause sickness. They do not cause a drop in oxygen levels, as I've tried it with my oximeter. This can be shown by medical professionals every day who wear masks for 12 hours per shift. Masks are effective because the virus spreads via droplet and is not airborne, and therefore masks will help limit the spread, limit people getting COVID, and also help limit the amount of surfaces that get infected. It limits the amount of times you touch your face, which is a large reason infections occur in the first place, such as touching your mouth, your nose, or your eyes. These decisions must be made for people when public health is in jeopardy, and we need strong community leadership, which Council has shown that they can provide. The reason this bylaw should be in place is because the virus is contagious, even when the infected person isn't exhibiting symptoms, and we're still learning about it as a novel virus. Masks will also help the economy recover, allowing others to participate and help reopen the economy, causing less loss of businesses and allowing people to feel comfortable in public areas. We need to trust experts, trust doctors, and trust the research that scientists are doing around the globe. There has been a recent uptick of COVID infections, which is concerning, especially with school being in session, and the numbers will only continue to rise without mandatory masks. We are still in a pandemic, and some people don't want to believe that. This bylaw compels other people to do the empathetic thing, which is to help our fellow community members, because if even one life is lost that could have been prevented by masks, that is one life too many. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Edgar. Thanks so much for coming in. I don't see any questions, so we really appreciate you taking the time and sharing your views this afternoon. Thanks again.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, I see no other delegations. We've gone through our delegation list, and I'd like to thank all the delegations for their tone and tenor and for sharing their views with us. In addition to the folks who appeared on the Zoom call, we also have several pieces of correspondence from many of our citizens. There's at least 8 on the agenda from previous, probably more than that over the last little while, and also some emails. So to all of you on watching on YouTube, etc., that we are aware of your correspondence, and we appreciate that and have reviewed it. So now what I'd like to do is let's move right to the question on extending the mandatory face covering bylaw. And it's moved by Councillor Erb and seconded by Councillor Urbanovic. And we'll get it on the floor. And if there's any questions, please indicate in council chambers by raising your hand, or if on the Zoom call, raising your hand also. So we do have one, Councillor Foxton.
Thank you. I was going to suggest that instead of doing it for 8 months, that we visit the bylaw until December or February or March. And the only reason is to relieve some stress. I do believe it is essential to have the mask. I do believe it does work. I believe we should continue it. But I think also we should base our criteria on what's happening. Now, our head of public health just released this morning that there is an increase in cases in Waterloo region. I believe she said they went up to 68 this past. So we are dealing with possibly the start of wave 2. And I think we're all pretty aware of that, and we were expecting it. I wasn't expecting the increase quite so soon. I expected another week or two away. And I think we do have to extend the mask bylaw. But I think I would like to not do an 8-month segment. And I understand that we can always rescind it at any time, but I think people will get, if they think 8 months, the frustration is going to rise. If they think, oh, maybe we can, if we do real good, maybe by the end of December or January, we can relook at it. And if our numbers are good, maybe we can address the issue then. So that's the reason why I'm doing it, is because for people's mental health, that I'm asking it be segmented.
Okay, so Councillor Foxton, what date are you suggesting? December 31st?
I would have said December 31st, but I don't believe, probably because of when it falls, that we would be meeting. So I would say January 15th, middle of January.
January 15th. Okay, so before I ask for seconder of that, there's several people who want to speak. So let's see where the discussion goes, and then we'll deal with that after councillors had a chance to make some comment. So I have Councillor Galloway, then Chair Redmond, and then we'll move to Councillor Erb. So Councillor Galloway.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I certainly do support the extension. I'm not going to speak specifically to Councillor Foxton's suggestion. I might want, in regards to that, though, I would maybe like to have staff advise us a little bit on what the anticipated second wave cycle might be, so that if there is, some awareness of when that second wave may be, that if we're going to have an interim point in time to review it, stated in the bylaw, then that it should really coincide with some particular timetable that we may be aware of. But apart from that, there's two things that I want to say. I think that this particular extension is even more important than possibly the first time that we did this, because we are going into the seasonal flu season, and we know that that's going to exacerbate the situation. People who will get seasonal flu will, no doubt, and I would be the same, are going to think that they are likely having the virus, and of course, until tested, they may not know. So we know that the masks should help, as it has in the southern hemisphere, where seasonal flu seasons have been a little less acute than previous seasons, and that's attributed to masked mandates in the southern hemisphere in certain locations. So we might expect the same, and I think that's an important piece of why we should be extending the mandate at this time, in addition to, of course, the virus itself and the fact that wearing a mask will help others, not yourself so much, but others possibly prevent them from getting the virus. But the one thing that continues to bother me, and I'm really not sure what we can do, but we heard about it today from a number of delegations, and we've heard about it anecdotally since we put the bylaw into place, and that is the difficulty that people with exemptions have, both in terms of their sometimes unwillingness to leave their home and engage in normal activities because they know they can't wear a mask, and then other times where people maybe who have exemptions have been confronted or challenged to some extent. And I know that we took great pains in the first edition of the bylaw to make those exemptions and to not make retail outlet shops, store owners, whoever, responsible for checking people in and out of their establishments that would require them to ask why they are not wearing a mask. So it was basically on the honor system. And I'm just wondering what our communications people think we can do to double down on the message or triple down on the message that those who are exempt, those who are not wearing a mask when in the grocery store or in the hardware store or wherever, it is the honor system, and it is it's inappropriate for storekeepers or for fellow customers to be questioning people that are not wearing a mask. And so I think we need to double down, triple down on our communications in that regard, whether it's through public service announcements, other types of messaging through the media, to try to alleviate that problem. And hopefully for any individual who feels that they're housebound, that they can venture out and not feel badly about that. It is one of the unfortunate consequences of having a mask mandate. It doesn't mean we shouldn't have the mask mandate, but I think we need to do everything that we possibly can to alleviate those concerns for those people who have exemptions. And then in regard to Councillor Foxton's suggestion, I'm not necessarily opposed to it, but I would like it to be kind of linked to to whatever the model is that we are currently looking at, so that if there is going to be a review before the 8-month period, it's done at a time that makes a certain amount of sense. Of course, we can, as it's worded now, we can revisit this bylaw at any time that it might be suggested to us that we should by public health or other health authorities, but there may be a more appropriate time to schedule a review if in fact we want to do that at all. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Councillor Galloway. I think there's a couple of questions in there for Dr. Wong. One is with respect to communications around folks who have exemptions, and also the scientific data right now on the predictability of a second wave.
Thank you, Councillor Galloway, and then Chair Strickland. I might leave the communications one to Brian, as they've been handling those, but I'll tackle the second one. So we don't know at this time what a second wave would look like, or if it would be just a wave. It could be, it could be sort of peaks and valleys in terms of our number of cases and the community spread. So it's not really possible to predict if a second wave would occur in the fall, for example, or if it might occur later in the winter. What we do know, however, is that influenza circulates most frequently in the fall, winter, and spring, along with other respiratory viruses that circulate seasonally. And it is even more important to keep COVID-19 numbers low during a flu season, as cases of influenza and other respiratory viruses, as you mentioned, can put additional strain on the healthcare system. So this could reduce our ability to best care for people who become seriously ill if COVID cases are also high. There is also preliminary evidence that COVID could spread more easily during the cold season. So that's why, from a public health perspective, we recommend that the bylaw be kept in place until May 31st, 2021, as the rationale, the public health rationale for, when we feel it would be important to continue this protection extends for throughout the fall, winter, and spring. But I would continue to bring to council updates regarding our COVID situation regarding the state of the evidence and regarding what experts are recommending in terms of measures that we should be putting in place to help try to reduce the spread of COVID as much as we can during the winter season. So I might pass it over to Brian if that's okay.
Okay,
about
sure.
the conclusions item. And
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Wong. Brian? Brian, are you there? Oh, there you are.
Sorry, I'm here.
Okay.
Sorry, I apologize. The questions?
The question is, how can we double down on communications to folks in the community with respect to people who aren't wearing masks due to medical reasons and or exemptions?
Right now, we're combining my team with Julie Kalbfleisch's team, so we can just make that a priority for us. So I don't have any quick answers right now, but given the fact that we've rebuilt the team that we had going into COVID, we can make that a priority.
Okay, great. Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
All right, so next up I had Chair Redmond.
Point of order, Mr. Chair. Do we have a seconder for this amendment?
No, there's no seconder for the amendment. It's not on the floor. The amendment, we're not dealing with the amendment. We're not dealing with, the question from the chambers was if we're dealing with the amendment. We're not dealing with the amendment. No, she just put it out there, and then I said, okay, we'll have a discussion around. Okay, all right. So Chair Redmond.
Thank you, Chair Strickland, and I appreciate the clarity. I guess it's really important to look at the full approach to COVID-19. So mask wearing is just one of the recommendations. It still continues to be physically distancing, good hand hygiene, and fewer social contacts. So some of the things that were said by some of the delegations, and I would look to Dr. Wong to sort of support this, and I'll just sort of give you a few, Dr. Wong, rather than have us go back and forth. There seemed to be a misconception that our municipal regional bylaw impacted what happened in schools. And while I know public health works closely with schools with their protocols, my understanding is that school boards made those decisions and our bylaw has no impact on them. As well as there are other, and I think of large retailers in the region that had a mandatory mask wearing in order to go in to shop in those stores. And those two predated and are not necessarily impinged by our bylaw. My concern with, and you've answered part of it, which was why the your best advice was that the extension of this bylaw be till the end of May, was to get through flu season and the cold weather when people may find it difficult to physically distance. The delegations also talked about not hearing too many people that were in favor of it, and I would have to say I'm sure my colleagues and I have gotten many interventions, one of which was from the Chamber of Commerce of Greater KW, and they are in support of the mask bylaw. They came and made a delegation last time we dealt with this. And as much as this is one of the prongs that we deal with public health and contain the spread, the community spread of COVID-19, I would also tell you that this very much is about our economic recovery. And as much as we can predict there will be a second wave and maybe a third wave, and we don't know, even Dr. Wong can't predict how accurate that modeling is and when it's going to happen, it's absolutely essential that businesses be able to operate for the economic recovery of individuals, families, and businesses. And this is part of that strategy as well. It's not the only reason for mask wearing, but it's a strong reason why, as we find it, the weather getting colder and physical distancing become more difficult, mask wearing will be essential. My understanding is that GRT does have an education program and was handing out free masks again, because again, our bylaw covers public transit. There is an inclusion in the extension to cover ride shares as well as cabs. I think that's very defensible because that kind of physical distancing is really difficult. And our bylaw does not cover children under 5. And I know that there were a lot of delegations that talked about the impact on children. And I would certainly concur with Councillor Galloway that we've been very clear that people do not have to prove they have an exemption. People should take them at face value at their word and assume if they can't wear masks, it's because they have a medical reason. So I guess, Dr. Wong, I would just look to you to cover off the age and our relationship with the school boards.
Yes, thank you, Chair Redmond. So you are correct that the two largest boards in our region have passed mandatory masking policies for their students from kindergarten to grade 12. Those are board policy decisions. As I have done for this regional bylaw, I have indicated that I am supportive of well-considered policies that promote the widespread adoption of mask wearing, as this regional bylaw or bylaws in one transit and one for indoor spaces has done really, really well. So I am very supportive of policies like the one we have now, or the regional bylaw we have now, that have promoted such good widespread adherence to the wearing of face coverings. I also would like to echo exactly what you said about the purpose for improving widespread use of face coverings. It's really to try to reduce the risk of COVID, along with all the other necessary measures to the extent possible, in order to try to have restrictions lifted, to have our economy be able to function more normally again, so that we as a community and our economy can recover. As you may be aware, recently, because of the provincial increases that we've been seeing in Ontario related to COVID, the province has put in place a 4-week pause on any further reopening activities. So it shows that that there can be an effect when the rates continue to rise, and so this policy is, in my opinion, another measure that's going to help us try to reduce as much as we can, along with all the other measures, the rate of transmission, and therefore help our economy recover and reopen. There might be another question you asked that I haven't answered yet, so sorry, I might have gotten it.
I think you covered it all. Thank you very much, Dr. Wong. And if I could just express an opinion, I do think May provides clarity and certainty. So this mandatory mask bylaw will continue to be controversial, and rather than invite more delegations and create a false hope that it might end early, I think going to May and having us monitor it provides the certainty that business certainly was asking for when we brought this in, that they were able to post a sign and be able to say that there's a mandatory mask bylaw. So for those reasons, I would really support the May 31st end date, acknowledging that if cases really dropped and we felt we were through a point in time where this was an added piece of guidance that we needed, that we could then reconsider it.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair Redmond. I have Councillor Erb, McGarry, Shantz, Verbenovic, and then Foxton. So, Councillor Erb.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before I talk about the timing, I want to commend staff for including the common areas in multi-residential buildings and taxis. I think this was something that we all had significant feedback from people that are living in those settings and using that form of transportation. And I think it's going to bring a significant amount of relief to people that's been included into the bylaws. So thank you for hearing that from the community and including it. I think going to May the 31st makes a lot of sense. And I don't think it's helpful if we send a message to the community of starts and stops, that we want to create some consistency. And in effect, in some respects, we are putting a bit on pause right now and deciding if we're going to be extending it past September and coming up with another date. And so by stretching it out a bit long to May the 31st, I think just gives some stability to the region and some consistency in what they can expect. It's been encouraging, I think, to see how this bylaw has been accepted by residents. There are some instances where we're still not being as kind as we should to one another, and that's something that we need to work on and has been raised. But I think that the extension is very significant given the impending arrival of the flu season, and hopefully the extension will help to decrease that spread, and by doing so take some pressure off our healthcare system. And given how our numbers have been unfortunately creeping up in the last 2 or 3 weeks, both in the region and in province-wide, I think it confirms that we have to remain much more vigilant and do everything we can. According to the numbers that were in the report up until the end of August, bylaw has responded to approximately 700 inquiries, and to staff, I say thank you for that as well. That averages out to about 20 a day, if my math is correct, and it adds extra pressure to what you're already doing. So thank you for that. For the sake of consistency for our residents and for the well-being of our health in the region, I'm happy that we remain with the May 31st that's been recommended by staff and public health.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Erb. Councillor McGarry.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. And I really do take the comments from our constituents who are worried about the masks. I take a lot of other comments where people are very supportive of the mandatory mask bylaw that we've already instituted and supportive of it carrying on. And you know, as a long-term critical care nurse who spent much of my career in a mask, I also know that masks helped prevent me from getting or being subject to infections, some of the deadliest bacteria and viruses that have been present in our province for the last 40 years. I do feel that masks certainly protected me. It's one of the reasons why all of staff in an operating room continue to mask to help protect the individual. It's not perfect, but I see it as an infection control measure, along with other measures, hand washing, physical distancing, in order to try and prevent COVID-19 spread, as well as other areas. I also support the notion that this is economic recovery. There's a downtown Galt business owner that posts no mask, no service, no exceptions, because she's worried about her own clienteles. But for myself personally, and listening to our constituents today and others, I think that we would be reopening this debate again and making it more of a political decision rather than a public health decision. And I've heard very clearly from our public health officials today that they are recommending that we keep the mandatory mask bylaw open until May. And to me, that makes it a public health measure rather than a political decision. I also know that our schools are only mandating all of our school kids to wear a mask. Starts his first day tomorrow. He's 16. And he said, Mom, I'm not going to school or be anywhere near somebody that's not masked. And he's certainly got that message. I also just Premier at least the start of his live message today, who's in Guelph, who talked about a second wave. They're there at Linnemark, who's starting to make respirators, another 10,000, I think, for our province, in order to sort of address a second wave. So that, to me, are all indications that we're not out of this yet, that we do need to protect each other's health and the health of our constituents. So my question to Dr. Wong would be, if I may, is with the upcoming influenza and cold season, and I remember as a critical care nurse, the influx of patients often around Christmas, New Year's with sick with influenza. Do you feel that masks may help to prevent some of those types of infections that do end up causing a lot of admissions in our hospitals and taxing our healthcare system? Do you think that the masks would also help to prevent influenza and colds this upcoming winter season?
Yes, thank you for the question, Councillor McGarry. Yes, I do. We've seen what has happened to influenza rates both here in Ontario towards the end of our last influenza season, as well as in the Southern Hemisphere, which had their influenza season this past summer, or when we had our past summer. What we're seeing is there's also been an effect of measures such as the wearing of masks, the bundle of measures that we've been putting in place for COVID on influenza circulation as well. So I also believe it will help reduce the circulation of influenza and other respiratory viruses that are spread the same way as COVID.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor McGarry. Dr. Wong. Councillor Shantz.
Thank you. Most of my points have been made, so I'll just briefly highlight two of the things that I flagged. And the first is in terms of education of the public and sending out the message to just be kind. I think we need to be kind to each other as we go through all of this, and so I would suggest that could be an underlying theme when we're doing the education, not just that you need to wear a mask, but let's be kind to each other in the doing of that. And the second one is, our cases have been down. We've had a pretty flat line for a long time. And that to me indicates that our measures have been working. And so my fear would be that if we loosen up on those measures, we're going to have to go back to more of a lockdown. And that's not something I want to do. We need to keep our businesses open. We want to allow people to continue to be in social settings, even if they are somewhat restricted. And wearing masks is part of that. And so I think that's really important. In terms of the timing, we're going to review it if we see there's a decrease. But I wonder if maybe Chair Redmond or Dr. Wong or maybe Mr. Lochner would like to comment on how often we're getting updates and how often we actually look at where things stand. Because I think people need to know that this isn't something we put in place and then forget about.
Okay, Dr. Wong.
Yeah, sure. I could start. So thank you for the question, Councillor Sean. So, we have twice weekly calls with the Office of the Chief Medical Officer of Health. I monitor evidence and updates from Public Health Ontario, Public Health Agency of Canada. We try to give at least weekly media briefings and updates, additional updates if needed on the situation in our community and what we might be seeing ahead of us. So I would say that it's my intention to continue to keep council as the Board of Health, informed about how we're progressing and what the state of the evidence is, throughout the fall and winter, as long as we have this COVID situation to deal with.
So we'll have multiple opportunities to revisit it. So for me, if we're going to put a date on it, I might just say a revisit or a review to ensure that we review, say by the end of January. But I agree with councillors who have said that having the date to the end of May, if that's really our intent, provides more stability, particularly for businesses and that community. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Schatz. Councillor Vladamir.
Thank you very much, Chair Strickland, and thank you to staff for your ongoing leadership and work in this area. The one question I had before I make my comments has to do with one that I was previously spoken to Dr. Wong about, and it's the issue of a locally produced mask that I understand is the equivalent of N95 or better, but doesn't meet our general description of masks, which says to cover the nose, mouth, and chin, but creates a seal around the nose and mouth, and that's the O2 mask. And I know it's used widely in healthcare, and it's moving its way into the military and other areas. And I know, unofficially we've said it meets the requirements, but I'm just wondering, Dr. Wong, if A, you can speak to that here, and then B, if we can maybe talk about how in our upcoming communications we might be able to provide some clarity locally on that.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Vladamir. It's a very good question. Yes, so most of the bylaws, orders, directions issued by medical officers, etc., for the mandatory masking policies have described it as being a face covering that covers the nose, mouth, and chin. Just because, for the most part, face coverings that would meet the intent of the bylaw, which is, to have or to be able to have a barrier to prevent respiratory secretions from the nose and mouth from coming out, are usually met with masks that have those characteristics. But as you mentioned, there is a company in our region that produces masks that cover the nose and mouth and not entirely the chin, in a way that meets the intent of the bylaw. And so they are perfectly acceptable. And, in order to respond to situations like that where they meet what's written in the bylaw in terms of the intent, we're in the process, we're working with corporate communications. I may have already done this by now, but we're in the process of putting up a Q&A that's on the regional website that makes it clear that masks such as these are perfectly acceptable. I don't know, Brian, if you want to add anything.
No, I believe that clarification has been made on the website, and I've reached out to the company to let them know.
Great, thanks. Thanks to both of you on that. And just with respect to the bylaw, just to make a couple quick comments, I'm certainly supportive of the direction that we're going for many of the reasons that have been articulated. As Chair Redmond indicated, this is as much about economic recovery as it is about public health. Obviously, public health is first and foremost, but if we want to ensure that we can return to as normal or the new normal from a lifestyle perspective, for the well-being of everyone, it's important that we continue to do that we continue to wear masks through the upcoming flu season. And as has been pointed out, if there is a radical change, we will, we'll obviously revisit that sooner than the date that we're talking about. But I think the most important point to reemphasize is the need to be kind and to be understanding to each other, whether it's because of your inability to wear one for health reasons, and I would hope only those who legitimately have health reasons are using that very legitimate rationale. But more importantly, to be kind to those who are working in establishments that ask you to wear one, and to respect the health being of everyone in our community. This is about doing what Waterloo Region is known for, and that's our kindness, our hospitality, and if we can continue doing that, I think our region will continue to lead and not see the kinds of huge increases we're seeing in some other areas of the province on a per capita basis.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Benovic. I have Councillor Foxton next, but I have a couple other folks who haven't spoken on this issue, so I'll go to them and then back to you. So, Councillor Clark, if I can get my mouse working. There you go, Councillor Clark, and then Councillor Harris.
Thank you, Chair. In as much as I agree with the communications strategy and our emphasis that our bylaw does allow exemptions, and we encourage business owners to respect those exemptions, we don't have the ability to direct business owners. Our bylaw is sort of a minimum requirement, but if business owners want to go above and beyond that and say nobody comes in our store without a mask, that's really within their power to do. And I don't think we can, I just want to manage expectations here, that I know that there are some businesses that do take that position, and they can continue to take that. My comment about the date, I think that I'm happy with the May date. If we want to put into the bylaw some language around a review, I'd be much more comfortable having that be triggered by some public health condition changing or some public health targets being made than simply by an arbitrary date. I think that we've spent hours on this today, as we should, and we spent hours on it 2 months ago, and I'd rather not invite that if nothing substantive has changed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Clark. Councillor Harris?
Yes, thank you. I guess my only comments is I know that everyone's doing a great job here in the region of Waterloo. Our public health numbers are low compared to perhaps some other jurisdictions, and that's obviously a lot of factors contribute to the success in that. I would say that, I think if a lot of people are looking for this to be a temporary measure, we're hopeful that, a vaccine can be found and deployed, within a relatively soon period. And so, I would be open to supporting, council's, limit of putting this to the end of January and revisiting it just like we are now, in order to go the other way and just having it till May. Hopeful that, we do see a vaccine by the end of the year, or continued, less than 10, even 0 new cases, per day is what we all hope for. So I would be absolutely supportive of looking at, instead of May, at least January to revisit this again. And I think it's as simple as a conversation as what we had today. So the only other item I wanted to add was, I know Councillor Kiefer did mention the exemption, the exemption that other public health units have, including Guelph Wellington, about religious establishments, be it that they are limited to a capacity of, I think it was 30%. Their normal capacity. It would be something that I would like to revisit again. I know I didn't have a mover or a seconder to my amendment the last time around, but it's something, be it that they have to deal with those stringent rules in addition to a lot of other establishments, that we consider that as well. So I'll leave it at that.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Harris. Councillor Kiefer.
I'll be quick because most of the things have been covered already by my colleagues. I just wanted to say that
I am in support of the date in May, and mainly because we have the option, of course, to rescind it at any time. I take comfort in the fact that we can do that, but I'm basing my decision on the medical information we received from our top medical people, Dr. Wong included, and I think, you know, we have to maybe do a better job of messaging or educating in terms of getting some of the help out there for the people who can't wear these masks. And I don't know if we have to directly approach the school boards or message to them or whatever, but I think some help in that area would be good too. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Kiefer. Councillor Foxton.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. Number one, I want to make it quite clear, I'm not against wearing masks. I support the mask bylaw. I'm going to continue to wear a mask. Number two is, twice I've been accused that this is a political decision. This is not a political decision. This is a decision of trying to help those that are under stress, those that are trying to see clear through COVID-19. And that's why I asked a reevaluation at an earlier date. I like Councillor Clark's answer about it be a review or just a staff report of an update, a complete update at mid to end of January. Just to be coming back from public health saying, here's where we're at, and this is justification that we're going to carry forward again to the May 31st. Or public health may, God willing, come forward and say, things are improving. So let's give it another few weeks and then we'll reevaluate again. That's all I'm asking for. I'm not asking for, it is not a political decision that I'm asking for here. I'm asking that we do a review and that we make the people aware of where the review is and when it's going to happen, and they'll listen. I'm not inviting delegates to come and speak on it or anything else. It's just a staff report, which we get all the time.
So, Councillor Foxton, earlier you mentioned a date which I don't think would be supported based on the discussion to change it to January 15th, but potentially maybe a friendly amendment. I would suggest up to the mover and seconder that after Part A of the recommendation, it says the requirements of the wearing of face coverings in the bylaws are extended to May 31st, 2021, unless repealed before or extended by council, and also subject to staff update at the beginning of 2021.
Perfect. Thank you very much. That's all I want.
Okay. Would that be agreeable to Councillor Erb and Verbanovic?
Fine.
You okay with that, Councillor Erb?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Councillor Verbanovic?
Yeah, that sounds good.
Okay. All right. So I have no other. Oh, Councillor Erb, here in the queue. Do you want to make a comment?
Yeah. So under the new guidelines, can I speak a second time?
Yeah, you can speak a second time.
Thank you. There was just something I forgot on the first round, and many have spoken about economic growth. I had contact from 3 small businesses. One of the owners emailed all of regional council, specifically opened up after we passed the mask bylaw, feeling there was safety for their employees and for customers. So this is clearly an economic driver as well as a measure.
Okay, thanks. So just before I call the question, I support the amendment as well. And I think it's important that we have a further end date than what we did previously. So, you know, we're learning as we go along. When we first passed the bylaw, it was in July. We all hoped with the best of intentions, but by the time we got to September that the virus would be abating. Unfortunately, it's not abating to the extent that we hoped it would be. And so I like the approach of having a longer end date to May 31st. And if we need to change it before then, we have the opportunity to do so. So I think it's a good public health measure, which also gives us some flexibility in the hopes that we see some improvements and or a vaccine. So I support the bylaw and the amendment. So with that, Councillor Erb and Councillor Verbanovic, move it and second the bylaw as amended. We'll call the question. All those in favor? Just wait for the ones on the Zoom to come in. All right. That is carried unanimously. Once again, we've carried it unanimously like we did in July. So thanks very much, everyone. Thanks to all the delegations. Excellent discussion. Everyone coming from a position of what they feel is the best interest of the community. So we appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, so we're now at 10 after 2, and we set a deadline of 4. I'm not going to make any guarantees that we can get through all of it by 4. But I know I'm saying I'm not getting any guarantees, but it'll be up to my colleagues on council. We do have some substantive issues to deal with here remaining on the agenda. But the first one is the consent agenda. Are there any items on the consent agenda that anyone would like to remove? Seeing none, so move. Oh, whoa. Councilor Lawrence. You gotta put your mic on so I can see you. Make the request there, and then I can let you in. Yeah, you have been voting with your hands, yeah. Because there's only so much technological adaptability your chair has, so. All right, hang on, here you go.
So item 7.5, the extension of regional road maintenance agreements. I'd like to deal with that separately.
You'd like to take that separately? Mm-hmm. Okay. All right, everything else? Okay, with the exception of 7.5, moved by Councillor Armstrong, seconded by Councillor Clark. All those in favor? In the council chambers, it's unanimous.
I speak to that.
And similarly on Zoom, so that's carried. So Councillor Lawrence, 7.5, extension of regional road maintenance agreements with the cities of Cambridge, Kitchener, and Waterloo. I think your mic's still on.
Yes, it is. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have a couple of questions of staff. And so it seems we're always seem to be negotiating this thing, at least in my mind. How long was the term for the last agreement that we had with the 3 major municipalities in the region? Did Mr. Schmidt know that, or Mr. Vandeker?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Vandeker, could you respond, please?
Just through you, Mr. Chair. The term of the last agreement was for 5 years. It went from 2014 to 2019, and staff were in the midst of renegotiating the new terms for a new 5-year contract when the subject of the municipal review started to become prevalent, and so staff recommended to council to do a 1-year extension at the existing terms in order to wait until a decision was made on the municipal review, because that would have had a significant impact on those negotiations. And it just so happens we had a similar occurrence of an event this year that triggered staff to want to extend the existing terms to provide some time to start up new negotiations. And that was, of course, the pandemic that occurred this year.
Okay. So the region negotiates with Kitchener, Waterloo, and Cambridge for maintenance agreements, but in the townships, we provide our own forces to do that work. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, the region does provide summer and winter maintenance on regional roads in all the townships.
Okay. Have we ever considered just having a contractor do all of our winter maintenance for all 7 municipalities?
Through you, Mr. Chair, ideas of how to change how those services are delivered has from time to time been considered by staff, but we consider the existing arrangement we have now with cities to be very beneficial. And we see no reason why at this time that we would want to change that significantly.
But we've never gone out and talked to any major companies like I think Steed and Evans or some others that do the 401 now for the provincial government, where they used to have their own resources before. I guess what I'm trying to say, Mr. Chair, is we're living in different times. We're trying to make things different, dealing with the way we do business. And I don't think it would hurt for us to spend a little bit of time seeing if there's some advantage to us having a contractor look after our winter maintenance. I don't know what the numbers would say or how it would work, but I think it's something that we should have an open mind to and maybe just take a look at.
Thomas or
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. We do look at different options. We are actually, there's a report coming forward, I believe, next week, looking at some changes that we've had to make for the winter maintenance because of difficulties we're having in hiring part-time staff to, well, full-time staff, but they're only temporary for the winter period. So we can look at options. I think through the budget process is maybe one place to do that. I would suggest we have some discussion offline, and we can come back with some ideas on how to move forward. There's a lot of issues to be considered in any changes that you make to our winter maintenance, including impacts on local municipalities, our staff, our ability to deliver the work. So there's a lot of facets to this. It's not as simple as just contracting out that work.
No, and I can appreciate that. I mean, do we know if there are other major municipalities in the province of Ontario that do just have contractors do their winter maintenance as opposed to their own forces?
I'm not aware of any that only use contractors, but I think it is definitely a trend among municipalities to use contractors more than they have in the past for a number of reasons, some of which are in the report that's coming forward next week. It is it's more difficult to try and balance your workforce. I think most municipalities try to balance the number of people they have doing summer work and winter work. For us, we have more winter work than summer work. So the way we've maintained that balance is by hiring a full-time temporary staff. That's becoming more difficulty. Other municipalities are having similar difficulties, and I think that's an area where they're all looking at using contractors. So that balance is changing.
Well, and I noticed we're looking at buying a lot of snow equipment today, trucks and plows and stuff. So I'm just wondering, I guess maybe out loud, is if with this 1-year extension on the contract, it might give us an opportunity to look at all the options instead of just negotiating like we always have in the past.
I agree. We can look at different options. I believe when the contract was almost 6 or 7 years ago now, we did look at other options, and there was a discussion at council on those. I think the impact, as Mr. Vandekerr says, we believe we are getting good value for the work that's being done for us by the local municipality. So I think we are getting that good value. And there would be significant impact for those municipalities should we make a substantial change in how this work is done. So I think it's worth looking at, but there are a lot of facets to it.
Sure. But I think, and I understand what you're saying, but I think there would also be impacts on us if we looked at doing it, contracting out in the townships. Not so much the local municipalities, but it would be regional forces, right? Correct?
If you definitely would be.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I just think it's something that we should be spending a little bit of time on and seeing if the numbers work, if it kind of makes sense. Do other people do it? I think it's everything's kind of not normal anymore. So I know that in the past, I remember we used to have all kinds of discussions about, who's paying for this and who's going to cut the grass here, and a lot of nitpicking. And maybe now's the time to spend some time figuring out if there is a contractor that we can save an awful lot of money and get the same level of service or even better. So with that, I don't mind moving the recommendation, Mr. Chair. But I think the 1-year extension gives us an opportunity to look at options.
And I think I heard staff say that there's a report coming back with further reviews. So, good. So we'll wait to receive that report. I do have some other folks who want to join the discussion. Councillor Verbanovic.
Well, thank you, Chair Strickland, and I'm glad that the motion's been moved because I was certainly prepared to move it if it wasn't. I think we need to continue with the dialogue. I think it's important to remember as we look at and discuss issues like this that it's not natural, it's not automatic rather to assume that just because the private sector would take it on, that it would be less costly or better. In fact, we know from our own experience with at the region with grass cutting, we had a private sector experience with it that was far from ideal, and had to rectify that situation in recent years. And so, that's not something we should lose sight of. I think there's many people who are employed both by the region and by area municipalities who deliver that survey or that service rather in a cost-effective and an efficient manner. And there's also many efficiencies that are realized both for the region and the area municipalities when we are delivering that service in a continuous manner and not having, trucks hopscotch from one area to another because of regional roads or municipal roads. We share some of these services in between municipalities as well already. I mean, we do that, for example, between Kitchener and Waterloo as part of a shared services agreement with places like Union Street. And I think this is a further example of the kind of collaboration that exists in our region.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Vanovic. Councillor Foxton.
Thank you, and through the chair. I wholeheartedly agree with Councillor Lawrence and the approach of looking at not just contracting, though, but talking to the townships and asking. And the number of times my staff have said, we have to drop the plow to do this, we have to stop and pick it up because the region's doing the crossroad or whatever. And they said it's so much easier if we just did it. So I think that should also be looked at. The potential that the townships do them as well, the regional roads.
Okay, I'm sure staff can include that within the scope of the report. Okay, so I have no further questions. It has been moved and seconded, and we're just taking it separately. So we just need to have a vote on 7.5, extending the maintenance contracts for a year. So all those in favor in the council chambers and all those on Zoom, please indicate. Okay, thank you very much. That's carried. Okay, so that's the consent agenda. Now we're moving on to the regular agenda items, and we're looking at 8.1 on the Brownfield Financial Incentive Program. It's moved by Councillor Shantz and seconded by Councillor Redmond. Are there any questions on this incentive program? Okay, seeing none, we'll call the question. All those in favor? And on the Zoom? Okay, that's carried. Thank you very much. Now we'll move on to regional council composition, public input results and preferred option. I don't believe there's a staff report on this. Is there a staff report on this? There is a presentation? Oh, well, of course, sorry. There is a report in our agenda packages. I'm sure we've all reviewed. There is no presentation. So it's moved by Councillor Galloway and seconded by Councillor Jowett. And we have some discussion. Councillor Jaworski.
Thank you. Through the chair. I noticed our option is the status.
Dave, you're on a delay there. Dave, we can't hear you.
Looking at from the some of the councils, and we already know that 5 of.
Dave, maybe turn off your camera and just use your audio.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's better.
So far, 5 municipalities have weighed in definitively of the status quo option, and the province requires triple majority. So I'm just wondering to the clerk's office or somebody who can answer this, is that really the only viable option at this point now? It seems to be, but I just wanted to confirm based on the provincial requirement for triple majority and having 5 of 8 already weighed in on one item.
Sorry, Dave, I'm not sure I'm getting your question. So your question is, does the triple majority apply to the responses that we received with respect to council composition?
Correct. It seems to have put us in the spot where status quo is the only option at this point, which is the recommendation.
Okay. Yeah, I don't think that that's binding on what we decide to do, but I'll leave that to the clerk to decide. Chris, Ms. Fletcher?
So today's report is to pick an option to go forward to the public meeting. So yes, we have heard from members of the public, and yes, we have heard from area municipalities on the option that they would like us to take forward to the public meeting. But council does have a choice about whether or not it wants to take one of the other options forward as well for discussion or for debate, knowing full well that at the public meeting, we may get people who want to talk about other options that may be available. So this is really about what do we do to go forward to the public meeting, and this is not the final decision of regional council with respect to moving forward to the triple majority.
Excellent. Thank you.
Does that help, Dave? And so just further to that, Ms. Fletcher, in terms of procedural, then what you're saying is the question before us today is really to deal with council composition as mandated by the Municipal Act and a subsequent report to be submitted by the end of the year as defined in the previous report that we approved. So this is the scope of this exercise is limited to council composition.
The number of councillors is the technical wording within the legislation. So we're talking about the number of council that sit around the table. We're not talking about structure, what I would call structural related issues, although I think there are some people who may want to talk to us about that particular the situations. But how we scoped out our original review was to look at the exact legislation with respect to the numbers.
Okay. Thank you. We have some other speakers here. Councillor Harris.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Perhaps, Clerk, you can answer, what type of public engagement do you feel was done with the lower tier municipalities to solicit the feedback that was provided? I know we did the survey that gathered some of the information. Do you know what extent of public consultation they did?
I don't know specifically whether the lower tier municipalities had any specific meetings or any particular public engagement, but we had included the area municipalities when we went down the path of saying, we're moving towards a public meeting. Here's the options that we have put before regional council. So those were the options that came to you last June. And if you want to provide us with your opinions on those options, you're free to do so at this time. And I think some of them then felt that they needed to have some of those discussions. So all their meetings that they have had have been open to the public. So they may have heard from people who came to their particular councils or spoke to them individually about various options. I don't know that for sure, but that's all part of the political and public engagement process.
Yeah, if there's an opportunity to find out, maybe as a question left, on our standing list of questions to come back and just get a sense. I did read all of the resolutions that were submitted to us from our local municipalities. I did ask for some staff reports from some of those communities as well, just to get a sense, but it'd be ideal if we could get a bit of an idea of what actual public consultation that they did to warrant the resolutions that came forward in addition to the staff report.
We can look into that.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Harris. I have no further speakers, so we're ready for the question. So the recommendation is to direct staff to present option 1, status quo as the preferred option to the public for council composition. All right, all those in favor, please indicate so. Everyone in the council chamber, okay. All right, that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks to staff for the work that you've done on that. Okay, so the next item is 8.3, surplus declaration of easement for the part of the regional Waterloo located at 925 Herb Street West with Hydro 1. Any discussion on that? I got a move by Councillor Shantz and seconded by Councillor Redmond. All those in favor? Any opposed? Okay, thank you very much. That's carried. Transportation Environmental Services, 9.1 Noise Policy Implementation Guideline Review. I don't think we have a presentation. Report was received for information. So that's just for information. Any comments on that? Okay, seeing none. 9.2, just trying to, water efficient development East Side lands. Is there a staff presentation on this?
No. Mr. Chair, there's no presentations, just if there's any questions, we'd be happy to answer.
Okay, great. I'm not seeing any questions, so it's moved by Councillor Nowak, seconded by Councillor McGarry. All those in favor? All right, that's carried. Thank you very much. Now my agenda says we could allow for a 15 or 20-minute break. Unless anyone knows that there is a burning issue on the remaining items on the agenda, I would propose we carry on. We okay with that? Okay. If you need to go camera dark for whatever reason, we understand. Okay, so where are we now? Pre-budget 2021 vehicle procurement approval. So moved by Councillor Jowett, seconded by Councillor Armstrong. Any discussion on that? We do have, everyone's voting already, okay? All right. All right. Mr. Diner and his team put a lot of work into this report and really curtailed the amount of our expenditures in recognition of COVID-19. So the vote is carried, Mr. Dyer, but thank you very much for all the work and your team's work on this. We certainly do appreciate that. So that's 10.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah. 10.2 development charge interest policy. Moved by Councillor Rabanovic, seconded by Councillor Shantz. Is there any discussion on that? Okay, let's call the question. All those in favor? Okay, that's carried. Thank you very much. Information correspondence. Any other business? Are you guys kidding me? We're almost done. All right, that's it. I guess this is it then. Motion to adjourn. Moved by Councillor Harris, seconded by Councillor Lorentz. All those in favor? That's carried. Great meeting, everyone. Nice to see you. All right, take care. We'll see you again next week.
Wow, we're done early. This is amazing.
Wow. Wow. So a couple procedural amendments there and boom, we're done. That's great. Good work, guys. That's good.